works. Hello.
Super Adam, Super Loose. How's it going today?
Good.
What's going on?
Came here to start a new life, get a job, get a gym membership.
Cool.
I was in Vermont most of my life.
Okay.
I just decided not to pay rent. Sometimes I'm in a tent. I saved up shoveling snow and got a down payment on the car.
Yeah.
No crime, no drugs, I swear to God. I know I don't pay rent. You know, I'm homeless, but I don't do that stuff.
Okay.
When I came here, found out that in Plattsburgh, they pulled me over because I had a dirty plate.
Okay.
I got a lot of warnings coming from here through to go back to Vermont. I just built a storage shed for homeless people at South Hero. That's where most of my stuff is.
Okay. Where's that? South Hero?
South Hero, Vermont.
Oh, Vermont. Okay.
So it was for a headlight, but hopefully I was going to get in contact with locals here anyway because I fixed the headlight. I won't show you, but I fixed the headlight.
Okay.
So I have a fix-it ticket for that, but they also said that they said it was Goddard, if you know Goddard in that area. He said that I had a speeding ticket in 2023 that I didn't pay, and that resulted in my license suspension.
Okay.
I didn't have a car in 2023, so I don't know what that's about. I know that I did get a ticket for a headlight in 2022, and I think he did pull me over just to be like, if I seem whacked out. I have really bad PTSD from police brutality. I've been homeless since I was 14.
Okay.
So it's just I have like this kind of thing where I'm just scared you're gonna rip me out and hurt me.
You're good.
But you know, it's
good, man.
it's like
We're good.
rejection therapy, getting pulled over all the time. You know. But they said they let me pull off until I could get a ride. Got a ride to South Hero, and they said it was just Clinton County and North Hudson. I don't know if this is North Hudson.
No. You're in Long Lake.
Okay. So I was able to get back, you know. So here's where I wanted to start over. I have a gym membership, 24-hour gym. I'm with that church. I met them today, so I'm going to be going. So this is where I'm trying to figure out how to get the Plattsburgh area lifted. I already sent them the email. I called them on Friday, and they said all I had to do was email them and say that it was a headlight out in 2022, that because I wasn't at my mailing address because I was homeless, hours away. It was my biological mom. I thought it was handled, but all they said I had to do was email them saying the situation, that the headlight was out. I did fix the headlight and didn't get back to them.
Okay.
And then it's lifted, so it should be lifted, but I can't find. My dad was a ski instructor at Mount Snow in Wilmington, Vermont.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
And I was born in Carmel. My family's from White Plains, Pleasantville, which is just outside New York City.
Yeah.
And basically, I'm not sure why. I think it was just because my dad he started out as a ski bum, but he was good at skiing. He was funny, people liked him. So his clients were like the CEO of Wells Fargo and the DuPont family. We got a triplex, 40 cabins, and we got a nice piece of land. That someone burned that down.
Oh, wow.
And then my dad moved into the boat captain of the DuPont family's yacht. While he was out, my dad got to stay there.
Oh, cool.
So I went for grew up with my mom, so I went for a sleepover with him when I'm 9. And then I know he didn't badmouth people. He wasn't, no DUIs. He'd had problems with drinking, but he'd been sober 11 years at that point. For some reason, cop speeds by. I can see and hear the blinker, but the cop speeds by, pulls us over right outside our property, or the boat captain's property, and says he didn't use his blinker. You can tell, hopefully you can give me your perspective. I don't think it's okay for the cop to gun out immediately. My dad's not doing anything. He's just standing there like saying, I did use my blinker. He wasn't yelling. But the cop already has the gun out. Cop reaches in to grab the keys. My dad panics. I'm thinking he's thinking because we lived on the ski resort, so if he had just driven like 400 feet back, we would have been in camera view. So I think that's what he was thinking, but what he did was floor it in reverse to get away from the cop with the gun drawn, reaching the guard.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, cop didn't call back. I didn't hear him call back up. He could have done it before, but either way, 6 cops were just there like that. As soon as the cop drives, there's 6 cops there.
This is in Vermont?
Yeah. And my dad didn't have a history with them. So now that it's been almost 20 years, I'm thinking they were going to pull him over regardless.
Okay.
They were just looking for my dad. and I don't know why, but they ripped me out of the car, hurt my shoulder bad. They maced and tased him. They made me watch. They gave him a brain injury. They all six of them jumped him,
Wow.
and I got it on my face. I had to go home with a pepper spray. So that's already bad. But then, yeah, but then I got with crypto, I bought a Dodge Magnum, aftermarket everything. Looked like
Fast.
right. It looked like I wouldn't know, because the the engine wasn't great. I just liked it because it looked nice.
Yeah, cool.
But
Let's come back for it. Hang on.
So your license in New York is suspended.
all right,
This is your client ID number that New York State has assigned to you. So if the DMV asks you about that,
okay,
that's what it's for. You do have 2 suspensions on your license. You're in any trouble, but I just am letting you know because you had asked about it. One of them was out of North Hudson and one of them was out of Plattsburgh. So in order to clear your license, you just have to. They were basically like tickets that you got issued
okay,
that were unpaid or unhandled. So all you got to do is just respond to those courts or call the DMV. That's your client ID number in New York State.
Okay.
So all you got to do is just square up those tickets with New York, and you'll be good. But you're all, as far as I'm concerned,
okay,
you're good with us, man. It's no worries at all.
Yeah.
okay. And that should be handled tomorrow.
All right.
I do have enough.
Do you have any other questions or?
No, I just want. Is it say in Plattsburgh in 2022, I'm getting my stuff from Economic Services. Outside the Economic Services, I hadn't said anything to like tip off like that there's something going on or like make somebody suspicious. Just standing outside the Economic Services in 2022, 2 cops floor me, just flat on face, neck on the back, or knee on the back of the neck, search me. When they see I have nothing, they get up, and I'm like, why did you do that? And they said, you fit a description, and they show me just a picture of some guy on Google that it just looked, I didn't get to see what the search term was, but to me it just looked like a stock photo. It could have been anybody. It didn't look like a person's photo from Facebook or something. It looked like just a stock image. And then they leave. And then I've had a couple things like where they just kind of pull me on the ground when I drove a Dodge Magnum, which I know is a drug dealer car, but I don't. I just liked it. I made money on crypto, and I thought that would have been really cool to drive, so I did. But New York has not treated me great with cops.
Gotcha.
So they pulled me over for a dirty plate, and it was mud season,
Your experience with us is a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you have any concerns about that stuff, you can take that up with. Was it like Plattsburgh PD or?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would just reach out to them.
It was the same guy that gave me the that pulled me over the other time. On the 3rd, it was the same guy that did that. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you should be all set, man. Just get your license cleared up and take it easy.
The only reason I'd be using the car until then would be if they tell me to go down to that lot. Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Make sure I got everything here correctly. Your phone number is 802-505-8466.
Yeah.
And do you have a mailing address at all, or
Are you?
only your address is 12 Prince Street in Randolph?
Yeah, it's a community action program, and they take my mail.
For your license.
All right, Casey, we're gonna get out of here, man.
All right.
Okay.
Whatever. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm all good from here.
All right, man. You have a good day. Okay.
Just
You
said
too.
Last question, who's the car registered to?
Her name is Chloe.
Okay.
What the hell? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 cops in just New York in the past 5 days. 1, 2, 3, 5 cops in Vermont. So in the past week and a half, it's been about 20 cops. I fixed the headlight. I'm saving for title registration and insurance and car payments. I'm pursuing job opportunities. The plan here was to come here because there's a 24-hour laundromat and a 24-hour gym. So I was going to the 24-hour. I signed up. I paid $60 for the gym membership because I wanted to start working out again. And I was going to go to the laundromat tonight. Cops were on the fence about, is that little bit of dirt on the license plate that I couldn't wipe off because it was just caked on and frozen. I could have tried harder. I could have gotten warm water. Either way, I was waiting to like do all that stuff until it was warm. So it was warm today, so I went to the car wash. The car's all washed. Then it was laundry, cleaning out all my garbage, cleaning the car, organizing it, putting my toothbrush, toothpaste, and everything. And then this 24-hour gym doesn't have a shower. So finding a shower was the next thing, which would be reaching out to a homeless program just to use the shower. I don't believe that you guys exist. I can't believe that there are such losers out here, man. Every single time I go live, we have to address it once. Usually we have the moderator just has the carbon copy copied and pasted to the same responses. It's basically that many generations ago, an ancient Black Rock, Saturn-worshipping cult that Jesus said he was here to destroy, stayed in power and understood that in the age of Pisces we'll be cast under darkness, separated by our belief systems and formed into schools of fish, and they used that to their advantage to separate, divide and conquer, so that they could create a race of inbred, select bred, epigenetically and intellectually deficient, cut off from nature race of people. Fast forward to now, we have you guys that are stuck in the darkness. You have no idea how much better it actually is, because you literally can't function without these consuming to get the same stimulation to your brain that heroin gives you. So you're trapped in your loneliness, whatever you got going on that makes you such a piece of shit. And you live as an addict. You're worse than a heroin addict, because heroin addicts are stuck in a drug the CIA invented to work, and they're trying to escape from their troubles, and they need help. You guys are addicted, and you're privileged. Doesn't matter if you're sober, you're addicted to the same stimulation in your brain heroin gives you through hating on the internet. They created a race, they call you Goyim, of lemmings that are now addicted to the perceived change in status in your mind when the person that you're trying to get pays attention to you, like a crying child. It's a cry for help, man. Who is they? White internet haters. No matter how much money they have, they still become inbred lemmings, trapped in the darkness. And all they do is just accumulate resources for their masters until they die and it's seized, and at their deathbed they always realize, and I get this all the time now living in New England, is that I live for the moments where God lets me see the old people realize that their whole life was a lie, and that they raised horrible pieces of shit because they were institutionalized. That the way that they thought the world worked and the way that they beat everybody into believing was all a lie, just to accumulate resources for their masters. And that it goes down to the conscious level. He believes there is a God. I know there's a God. There was one specific message that person at the church I spoke to today had for me. And that one message that person at the church had for me, that he said God told him to say, was the same message when I pulled up to this parking lot and hit refresh. I got a notification on my phone that says God has a message for you, and I watched the video and it was the same message. You're scared of what this guy's saying? You should be, man. Politicians are panicking. They're like, what the fuck happens when white people realize that they were select bred by their masters to have this Stanford prison experiment belief that their way was right, and they bullied the... I have a song. I wrote this. Well, the cops and the cunts and the creeps and the crows all want the same thing, to rip and tear at your soul. So before the morning comes, something else can come and try and grab a hold and take control, and now they own you. Oh, when I was just a boy, they all told me I was blessed, and something about me means I'm meant for success. Now they all talk shit behind my back, put a target, told the town I'm hooked on crack, and that I'm messed up in the head and I need meds, because I don't want to work a stupid fucking job and pretend I have a boss. Well, I grew up poor in a ski resort town where we all made money by eliminating frowns, and I think it's kind of funny how these whites are so proud, but when the rich men come around, they all keep their head down and submit just like a dog. Well, when I can't get to sleep, I think of old folks' homes where those spiteful little bullies cry until they die alone, 'cause the world they built by beating others only did 'em wrong, 'cause no one taught 'em how to love. And I hope that they see me on my Indian Scout when I take their little girls on a ride around town. And they have to bitch to God 'cause the nurse don't care to hear 'em cry about it, 'cause she's on TikTok showing off her butt. And when they're on their deathbed, I hope that they see my face when whatever tortures me shows them all the love I gave, trying to help them sing and clap along to my broken-hearted songs. Hey, hey, hey. And before they meet their grave and the good Lord takes them away, I hope the final breath they take is followed by a list of names, and somewhere along the way I get an I'm sorry or an island from their estate. And the cops and the cunts and the creeps and the crows will have another friend to follow everywhere I go. And I'm so grateful for 'em, 'cause without 'em I wouldn't have ever known the value that I hold. So I just got a gym membership, 24 hours. There's a laundromat so I can clean my car. I built a storage shed for homeless people. And for the next 2 months, I'm going to have my stuff in that storage shed. And then I'm going to leave them in that storage shed when I either have enough money to pay for a facility, or maybe a down payment on a piece of land, or a tow hitch and a cargo trailer. And we're going to go from there. There was a point in my life where I would get sleep paralysis when I was awake, and I would wake up and I couldn't move for 12 hours. I thought I had a brain injury because I had, I'm not a perpetual victim that cries. Wah, 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 wah. It's, a lot of horrible shit has happened to me, and I just keep going. Because every time I tried to kill myself, it's not going on my phone saying, if you don't love me, I'm going to kill myself. If you break up with me, I'm going to kill myself. I wouldn't tell anyone, and I would just try to kill myself. My first suicide attempt was when I was 7. So it didn't work. So eventually I was like, fuck it. We're just going to keep trying. And then I couldn't function, but I would get up and walk 10 miles on the track every day. Omega-3s, fasting, sunlight, probiotics, meditations. I had regressed to the point of being a child in Section 8 where I just couldn't think, and I would just lay in the fetal position and fucking cry because I can't function and I can't think. And if I can't think, how am I supposed to live my life? And the girlfriend that loved me, that I was in love with, gave up. I got to watch her give up on me slowly, and then lie to my face about her pursuing other options. But she'd come back because we were best friends, but also she didn't want to leave me alone, because I didn't have anybody else at that point, because my friends were all pieces of shit that did a bunch of drugs. So I tried and tried and tried. I took Greyhounds across the country. I met with neuroscientists. Eventually, from working out, I got buff in there, and I would go basically live in manic psychosis, but not manic psychosis and I believe something that isn't real. Just like all the shit that's going on, I have to hold myself together so much, or else it's just, as soon as I forget, it's just gone. Like everything that I think and learn about life and I'm trying to implement, as soon as I try it, one distraction and it would just leave. Like I would just feel emptied, and I would just wake up and feel tortured. Like my cat would even freak out. I knew when I was about to have this whatever, because my cat would start to freak out and it would come like lay on me and like try to reassure me things were going to be okay, and then all of a sudden I'm locked. and I can't move. And I can feel all the information in the whole area. And then I feel like there's these dark entities that are entering the area. And my cat starts to freak out too. And my cat's looking at the window, and I can feel like my cat is telling me, shut the window, but I can't move. And then I see this just darker than dark darkness crawl in, and it looks humanoid, and it crawls up to me and then attaches to me. And then I'm freezing cold and I can't move and I'm freaking out. And I can't do anything because I'm like, I had to outsource myself to become my own guardian angel, to be like, Casey, just get up, just get up, just get up, just get up, move, move, move. And after like 5 hours, finally I'd be able to crawl over into the bathroom and get up into the cold shower, and I would just hold myself there, and then I'd have to keep going and then get myself to the track, and I'd walk sometimes 20, 30 miles. No, I'd walk, the most I went was 23 miles. Sorry, I don't mean to exaggerate, and I don't exaggerate, and if I do, I always call it out, because I know it's very unbelievable the things that I say. So I would have these like actual demonic stuff happen when I'd have a higher connection to source. Eventually I got mentors, but it would be like that gauntlet. Can you imagine every single day waking up and fighting to function? And if you give up for a split second, it's like you're gone and you just have to reset, and you get regressed back to not being able to function. So holding it for weeks and weeks and weeks until I could get myself, and then I made money on cryptocurrency. Then I gained 10 pounds of muscle. I started getting money for recording people in my studio. I started going out and helping other people. I started learning martial arts. I started taking trips across the country. I went and met my childhood hero, and I partied with him and got bitches with him in Miami. Came back with a Dodge Magnum, tattoos, chain on my neck, after smoking Black and Mild, aftermarket everything on my Dodge Magnum. Then town thinks I'm a heroin dealer. He's like, how did he go from wandering around with half of his hair like up to this, and now he's happy and confident and talking to girls, and he's hanging out only with black people? So cops would show up for false police reports twice a week. And eventually, I have the same breakthrough, swear to God, talk about it a lot, where I'd let my lease run out. When I would have that freak out moment, there was a guy who said he was a psychic that studied with the Navajo. And he would come down and knock on the door, and I'd answer the door, and he's like, I can tell spiritually what's going on, and I can help you. Come upstairs. And one time he got me upstairs, gave me some weed, and tried to suck my dick. So I got up and fucking left. But after that, when he revealed to me that he was a witch that did witchcraft, and I'm like, this guy's a fucking schizo. I don't believe that shit for a minute. Because at that point I didn't think it was spiritual. I thought I was just crazy. And I'm like, it's a quote from Marcus Aurelius, I think. It's reject your sense of injury and the injury itself disappears. So I'm like, I'm not going to live the rest of my life as crazy. I'm going to make it work. And I'm going to do it my way. So I would. Fast forward now, it's just so much has happened that I can't dispute God. You wouldn't believe the life that, like the crazy life every single day of my life is. Like, with the proof of it is crazy. That there's undisputable proof of divine orchestration in my life. You can't, like I told the cops, but my phone was off because I had to check the DMV thing. I'm going to be really hurt if that church I just spoke to warned the police that I might have a hatchet. And they were going behind my back while I was telling them all this stuff about God. And then God showed himself. So they were a prejudiced small town church community, talking shit behind my back, going and calling the police about the homeless guy. Meanwhile, I told them about how I can make the birds call with my mind. The crows will flock me when I have a higher connection, and I can make the bird fly right to left in confirmation of these stories, and that you'll start to see it. That you will see that the flies and the birds and the bugs will start to surround me and will be confirmations or rejections. That they'll start to block you if you're bad and will start to support me because I'm good. And then they saw that when he tried to speak about some bullshit, a fly hit him in the face. In front of both of them. Fly hits the guy in the face. Bird flies right behind me and lands right behind me. The crows all start freaking out. The guy's like, he starts praying. So it just sucks. It sucks that that's the case. I'm disappointed in him. It is what it is. So you need to believe in evidence-based things, ground yourself in reality. So What was the biggest clip Kai Cenat ever had? It was with him and Ray, right? When Kai Cenat met Ray. That same day, at that same time, pretty much the same latitude. Where I'm from, I go back to visit my friend I call my little brother, and we take a picture together. When we take a picture, our thumbs are up, we're smiling, my arms around him. He's taller than me, his eyes squint a little bit. Same exact time, Kai Cenat meets Ray, and they take a picture with they look dark and not happy, and they have 2 fingers. His dad's name is Ray, his middle name is Ray. We used to compete for the attention of a girl named Ray, and I ended up dating a girl named Brianna whose middle name was Ray, and she liked to be called Ray. Casey Rocket blew up next to Adam Ray. I wanted to be a stand-up comedian. I wanted to be a streamer. I wanted to be a gamer. I wanted to be a traveling pickup artist. I wanted to make all types of different music. And I wanted to build a team of people and lead them to victory. I felt like that was the most perfect thing to do in my life. They say that when you get to these cycles of your life, of this creation, there are certain times where that happens for you. China calls it the year of the cat, or the year of the rabbit. If you're born in that year, that's your cycle. But numerology says your 23rd year. Different systems of the same information. They call it your Saturn return in astrology. But they all don't dispute the fact that in this creation that we're living inside, there are times where that happens. And mine was in 2023. For that cycle, from the horse, where it starts, to, I think it's the pig, right? Where it ends. Or from the horse to the snake. Sorry. The horse to the snake. I wanted to be a stand-up comedian. I wanted to do all this stuff. And I didn't. But I also wanted to do the most perfect thing. And forget self. I wanted to figure out how to live my life perfectly. So in 2023, at random, my car is stolen and I'm forced to be homeless. Really homeless, in a tent. It's the year of the cat. A guy named Cat, who's a Leo 5, born on the 5th, shows up and teaches me martial arts. Does a bunch of drugs, tells me I'm an ancient tree and he needs to kill me to stop me from growing. So he fucking just starts attacking me all the time, tries to push me off a cliff, pounces out of a tree. The drugs have gotten him. He's like walking around on all fours, roaring like a lion, but he's also like martial artist. He can take a frisbee, beat it across a field and get a Parks Department ranger in the face. He was yelling at 12-year-olds and then fighting the dad and whooping his butt, and he wasn't getting in trouble for it. That guy's there. The only other person that approached me was a guy named Derek, and he was also born 12/11. But other than that, there was a King Street youth shelter, and the kids' names were Steven, Ethan, Phoenix, Jaden, Caleb. But he went by Cade. In my life, especially my little brother, Phoenix is huge. We're both Sagittarius. It's the Phoenix. I took a trip to Arizona to be a neuroscientist. Then he had his shit where he thought wanted to restart his life and went to Phoenix. When me and my little brother would make music, a kid named Phoenix showed up because he heard our music one day, and Phoenix came and made music with us. Phoenix is just a big thing that reoccurs. Eventually, he got a tattoo of a phoenix before my little brother died. Because he fell, hit his head, and froze to death. Unconscious. Probably the easiest way to go other than shooting yourself. Because he just slipped, knocked unconscious, froze to death. Best way for him to have gone. It was his time. Ethan, big name in my life, we can get into later. Jaden, big name in my life, we can get into later. Caleb and Cade, big names in my life, we can get into later. But all of them were homeless, and they all kind of embodied the sort of, like a big thing that I had to do with in my life, where they had all been in different different levels of my journey where I was at, but they were very exaggerated versions of those things that I had just learned to deal with. So individually, with all these people, I was able to provide and help these homeless kids with specific issues that I had fixed myself. So in 2023, I didn't get to become a stand-up comedian, didn't get to become a gamer, didn't get to become a traveling streamer, vlogger, didn't get to do all these different things that I wanted to do, but I helped homeless kids with stuff I knew and I had the wisdom to solve, and I tried to help them as long as I could. I ended up dating a yoga instructor. She was a bad bitch. In those 2 weeks, they say if you smoke one hit of crack, you're gone for the rest of your life. So what I found out is that these fucking old head homeless people were taking these kids and getting them high on crack and then trying to make them into customers. And one of the kids coincidentally, his name is Phoenix, and Phoenix is about the rebirth. He was drugged, tossed out of a window, and then he had to be carried to the hospital up this big hill. So it was like, you know, big for his journey. But that happened. I lost them all. All of them are gone. They're still alive, but they're just mentally really fucked up, and they're all spread out now. And I had to move on. But I tried my best to help them. But I did make a bunch of music, and then I performed it to hundreds of kids at parties. So I did get to do the perfect thing, which is like struggling in the worst, like abuse, violence, trauma, can barely think, regressions from trauma back to where the brain injury was, trying my best. Helping raccoons when they get stuck in the dumpster with a mile marker, lifting it up so the raccoons can run out. Feeding seagulls every day, walking around probably one of the most beautiful places in the country. That usually costs, it's way too expensive to live there. People they're barely surviving living there, I heard. But I got to have it for free, and I got to enjoy it where they have to work all day. But when I would go back to the tent and I'd be there like, oh, I don't know how to do it. It's terrible. It's like a war I'm fighting every day. I got to watch Kai Cenat, KC3. I got to watch Queso. I got to watch Kurt Kaz, KC, the Kurt Kaz Conquest, the KC3. Kai Cenat, KC3, 3 is the third letter. C is the third letter, so KC3, KCC, Kurt Kaz Conquest. Got to watch Casey Neistat vlogs. Traveling pickup artist. I got to watch Casey Rocket blow up next to Adam Ray. Everything that I wanted from life for those past 10 years that didn't work, that I wanted to share with everyone, I didn't get it in my life, but I got one simplified, perfect version of that, and then I got to watch all of these Caseys get what I wanted just to find out they hate it. Kai Cenat says he got pimped out in Satanist organizations and then quit. Queso says he's too old for it, he doesn't have fun with it anymore. Casey Rocket quit. Kurt Kaz can't go to the place he wants to go now because now he's a government asset and he can only go to places that the governments allow him to go to or he gets kicked out of those countries. Man, shut the fuck up. I got to watch Kurt Cobain kill himself. I wanted to make a song about how it's not my fault that I'm a victim. That I'm a smart person that has good qualities, that tries his best, and the world was extremely harsh, and I'm just unlucky in a lot of ways, and lucky in a lot of other ways. And I didn't get to make that song in 2023 and share it with the friends that left me to die when I was 14, starving and freezing to death outside homeless. But you know what? At the very end of the year of the cat, when the perfect thing for me was to share it with everybody and make that song about how it's not my fault. You know, that I'm trying my hardest. But Cassius Culpepper, KC, makes a song. You didn't make your daddy leave you and your mama. You didn't make that girl that broke you break her promise. Hell, you didn't ask Uncle Sam to send your friends to that foreign land. It's time you face the truth. It ain't the man in the looking glass who hurt you. There's a homeless person walking by with their head down, suffering. Right when I start singing. I didn't get to watch Kurt Cobain kill himself, but I got to know the story in 2023. I figured out, I found his music and found he killed himself. You know why I found his music? Because I was making a song called Phantom, like Phantom of the Opera. And it's with a bunch of different rappers. And my verses, I keep these nerds wet like a Totodile, because they're like nerdy white rappers. So that was my nerdy white rapper verse. You know, that's not my music, but it was in the context. I keep these nerds wet like a Totodile, but I left them all up at the dial tone. What they want is not even a milestone. Got a big gun, I keep it fucking on me like the Diamond Stones. And that's like a Diamond Stone is like a term in where I'm from for like a really hot girl. That's a gem. That's a diamond stone. You want to get you a diamond stone. So I keep a big gun on me like these diamond stones. But it's also a play on, like, you know, they was on Where's Waldo. They just hit me like it's been a while though. I just ran a mile, pulled up on a pedophile, left a dent in his dome. You bitches are broke. Hold on to hope. I tried to hit the homies, no one was home. So I came down the coast and I went down the coast and I came back with gold. Come to find out everyone is a clone. I smoked, took control, broke about the mole, went and found my soul. Now I'm in control. Met the Holy Ghost. He taught me how to float. And then a lot of what you can find in God, that these white rappers that try to be something that they're not, the little motif to people that are in tune with God and that are creative artists, God leaves when he speaks to them and gives them the creation that blows up. Those white rappers that aren't about it, the tell with God is that they rap about Uzis and jacuzzis. You can find a good example in Atlanta when in Atlanta the last season, there's a shooting that happens and Al is running, and then the white kid that wants to be a rapper that isn't about anything runs up to try to like chase his dream or whatever, and he's like, Uzi jacuzzi, Uzi jacuzzi, Uzi jacuzzi, and the guy pushes him out of the way and he gets shot and killed. It's just, that's some game for you you'll never figure out. But so that's why I added I bought all of my preachers in Uzi because it's Aggressive Preachers Club. I bought all of my preachers in Uzi. You cannot chill in my jacuzzi. All of you losers are useless. I just made a porn. They're paying to view it. You're fucking a fucking computer. Quit making your fucking excuses and just fucking do it. I'm sick of your shit. It's so stupid. You bitches aren't woke. You're barely lucid. I can tell how you're made by your music. You're gullible, easy to influence. You don't got a brain. You barely use it. I said, you don't got a brain. You barely use it. I can speak alien fluent. I'm making Satan look stupid. You try and stop the revolution. I'll pull up and shoot you like Vladimir Putin. And with the music video, and that their verses were good enough that it was going to blow up either way if they got the music videos done, and mine was just like a fuck you because I'm a better producer and they wouldn't let me in their reindeer games. But I was the one with the knowledge of making it sound industry standard, so I was going to bless them with that video, and I knew it was going to blow up because I had it all down. It was going to be great. Like, I was going to get my friends in New York who in Albany, and it was going to be like a video with like my friend who's 5'5", he's like a little white kid, 5'3" maybe, and he's really sweet, but he had a verse where he's like, it turns my skin a different hue of green, I'll hit you with a dumb truck, you dumb fuck off, dumb luck. They just added his 8 bars, but there was like 6 other rappers in there and a pretty decent feature. And it was going to be him surrounded by a bunch of black people laughing and having fun. It was going to be really cool, especially in the time that I was going to put it out. But then all of a sudden, when I'm about to release it, I lose the file. I lost it. Just as soon as I was about to upload it, it deleted, and then it was just off my computer. So I'm walking through Burlington the next year, and I see Phantom, and the way that it was spray painted was the way that I had put it on the album cover. And then right under it says 27 Club with demon horns. And I'm like, what is 27 Club? And then I find Kurt Cobain, the KC. That's the story. What ski resort town did you grow up in? My first ever job was at the Hermitage Club in Wilmington, Vermont. And nobody I know or love lives there anymore. God can't leave, it's all I have left. This guy, I live for this guy. This goy. Jack of Diamonds became Jack of Hearts. Where'd all the haters go, man? Please don't hurt yourself. You have many people that care about you. I appreciate it, man. Where are your parents? My mom has really, really bad PTSD, and isolation and addiction has turned her into a codependent narcissist that can't see outside of herself and lives in this obsession with me. She's watching right now. She's stalking me. She's promised she would stop because the obsession weaponizes, and then she goes out of her way to try to prove that Casey always had something wrong with him and that it's my fault, and she gets to be a victim. I hate when people say perpetual victim because I'm not. I'm an actual victim. That I don't dwell on it, but I tell people on the live. And if I go to a church or if a cop pulls me over, then I tell them. And for the most part, I don't talk about it. I talk about it on the live because it's important to the story I'm trying to tell you about what the universe has done in my life, you know? Have you got towards getting a good laptop for making music? I got a car. And I have enough for the wheel hubs. But New York is fucking... They pulled me over for a dirty plate. And then I found out that I had a... They say I have a speeding ticket, but we can't find the speeding ticket. They told me now it's in a different county. So I'm going to have to pay the speeding ticket. I'm going to have to... They say I also owe for missing a fix-it ticket, where I had to go in and tell them that I had headlight fixed in 2022. So my license is suspended. So now I'm kind of stranded here. So I said, fuck it, if I'm going to be stranded here, let's get a month gym membership until I figure this out. But now it's unfortunate because now I can't go to work. And I didn't want to go to work anyway. That place was really power gamey. And you can tell that a lot of people are spiritual at this point, and a lot of people do the ego stuff where if you don't go outside a lot, you can't tell. People that go outside and talk to people, it's obvious what I'm talking about. But hey, Casey, you're looking good. How you feel? Man, I dealt with 20 police in the past week, man. You can't work at G-Arch. It's evil. I was going to work at McDanks, but I had a dream where it was revealed that those people are possessed by parasites. I told that church a man attacked me in the laundromat and I had to defend myself with a hatchet that I use for camping. The woman at that church called the police and said he has a hatchet. He's a hatchet. Whoa. They could have taken my car, bro. What kind of church was it? I don't know. It's this church over here. Also, this is the view. Check out how nice it is here. Just a small town. It's just one gas station, a 24-hour gym, 24-hour laundromat, and that's it. But you know, when the people reveal themselves to be bad, I'm usually guided to the place that's good. So I'm at a different church. The stories that I told about God had that woman's husband on the verge of tears because it was so validating the testimony for his experience, and it taught him things he realized. And I was almost on the verge of tears if I could actually cry because of the things he said and how it lined up with the exact messages I had gotten on a video I was watching right before I got there, and and there's a hawk. A hawk just landed right to left up there in the tree. That nature, now that the snow's melting and nature's more active, I'm getting back in touch with that connection that I had lost. Just to have them fucking call the cops on me. The prejudice took over as soon as they left. They got infiltrated and their impulses guided. It's just disappointing, man. Come on. You know you're going to be punished for that. You did something you know was bad, even if you thought it was good. I say that I'm about to vape, you know? I'm about to vape. Did the devil give you a $20 bill down there on the riverbank? No. I worked at a restaurant, and then when Muslim customers came to eat, I secretly put pork meat in their food. Why, man? You're just giving them parasites for no reason. You need an anchor. Are you waking up? I'm trying, but it's overwhelming. I was able to function when I woke up because I would put it right into music, and I would be able to freak out in my Section 8 apartment, but then I would get too much empathy, and I'd be able to see how messed up the people were. And when I had that sense of empathy, there was always this informational exchange where I started to accidentally take on too much of their stuff. Like I had grown into the wrong environment, and all of a sudden, like my voice got higher pitched, which is why it's messed up now. And one of the guys, like they were all very lonely, gay people. Nothing wrong with that, but I didn't want that to be my experience in waking up. But I also understand because I used to cheat on my girlfriend all the time. So I feel like it was punishment, that they like it was a real attack because I wasn't able to think, and it was like almost replacing. where I had struggle with self, and then I was around people I used to pride myself on my masculinity, and it felt like for like a season it was always like targeted. If that makes sense. Too much empathy around the wrong people kind of messed it up. Which is kind of why when I went to the West Virginia, the pastor would lock me in the car and tell me I had a gay spirit. And I'm like, he literally saw me make out with a girl in the church van. I made out with a girl in the church van. But he was still saying, you have a gay spirit. I'm like, what is that? But we did have a guy who was gay that tried to suck my dick. I was almost molested because he said he was going to help me with my spiritual psychosis. And he said he was a wizard that practiced witchcraft with the Navajo. And then my friends, swear to God, they didn't know he did that stuff, but they would tell me, like my little brother would be asleep in my apartment, and he said, I had a dream that your neighbor crawled into my brain and was doing stuff in it. My girlfriend would be asleep next to me, and she'd tell me, I keep feeling like that guy is talking to me spiritually. And then he would show up. Do I have to be a handsome straight up for you, bro? That's the best comment I got all year. Can you fuck off? You heard me laugh and the girl went, ah! I don't know, I'm sure they're gonna call the police on me a few times tonight. Because I'm an outsider in this small town deep in the woods. I am about 4.5 hours from where I did the last live stream. It's not tough. You put knuckles to their head. It's so fun. Turned the car off when the cop approached, and he thought it was weird, and I said it was because I'm being polite. But really it was because I don't know if the car is running, if I could get an extra charge for operating a motor vehicle with a suspended license. But sorry to say, guys, I appreciate the donations. It looks like I'm gonna have to pay off this speeding ticket, and we're not even sure. They said it was 2023, and I didn't have a car in 2023. New York cops give you everything. I mean, also these cops let me off fine. But like Plattsburgh area, those guys, they'll give you everything. They gave me like 5 tickets, and the public defender said they'll throw them out because you didn't actually have the knowledge that your license was suspended. You didn't know. And you can prove that you weren't at your mailing address and you had no contact, because I can show the relief from abuse order with my mom. I can show that I was not able to be in touch with my mother because she had problems. And she was convinced I was always coming to kill her. Which is why I say it now. And I do feel that way. It's only if I could do it legally. Maybe I would pepper spray my mom and leave her in the woods for 4 days. Maybe. I don't plan on doing it. But she gave me a permanent disability off a false police report because she couldn't. She said, he's out of control. Really, I was fine. I was leaving. I was moving away. I wasn't frantic. I wasn't out of control. I didn't say anything bad. I had a fat cat, and the cat wouldn't get off me, so I didn't throw the cat like a football. I went, but, and the cat was dumb, and he landed sideways, and there was a loud, which I think scared my mom, so I told her, hey, I threw the cat. But when she heard, they said, I took the cat and I whipped it on the ground, which didn't happen. So she says, he's out of control, even though I wasn't. And she also said, to validate that I know she's bullshitting, she was smiling. I looked through the window. She was smiling, lying to the cops. She was happy about it. Holding a kitchen knife to validate the lie. To make it herself look like she was scared. Because I was moving away and she couldn't control me anymore. What's your birthday? Human Help Howler, maybe Casey will give you a life path read. Was Human Help nice or was Human Help a hater? What's your age, bro? When's your birthday? I'm a 33 life path, born on the 11th. Live a love the law, doing all kinds of crimes. Casey, please. Mate, your mom should be scared. Started out hating. Then changed his tune for some reason. But where's your father and all this? They called my dad the legend of Mount Snow. His clients as a ski instructor were the CEO of Wells Fargo. He said the CEO of Wells Fargo would be arguing with another CEO about who got to have my dad for the weekend to train them skiing. My dad also was close with the DuPont family. Check out the DuPont family. They're one of those reptile baby eaters. You know what I'm saying? My dad went from a ski bum living in a van, I'm assuming, because he had a van and it looked like he was living in it, to a triplex, 40 cabins, 4-story barn. It's more like 30 cabins, but they were connected. So there was a room in the middle. So I call it 40, but we had 30 cabins. But it was like each cabin had this and there was a room in between the cabins. Someone burned it down. Tenants wouldn't pay rent. We lost it. Dad moves into a ski chalet for the boat captain of the Cannoneer, Skip, for the DuPont family. They're the wealthiest people, one of the wealthiest people in the world. My dad is now house sitting and dog sitting for that guy while he's away. I go on my first sleepover with my dad and my friend Tyler. I feel really happy, and I'm thinking about a bunch of stuff. You heard? I feel peace, and I'm just so excited, and I can know that it's the first time I've ever seen my dad that happy in his life, where he was at peace, he was happy, and we were all just, it was raining. When it rains in Vermont, the salamanders and the frogs were all running across the river, hundreds of them. So we were driving, looking at the stuff. We're about to get onto our property, Skip's property, and his blinker's on. Cop goes by 90 miles an hour, I'm assuming, way too fast, spins around, pulls my dad over, says he didn't use his blinker. I can see the blinkers on. We could see the light from the blinker. I knew the blinker was on. The cop pulls his gun out, reaches in the car to turn the key and pull the key out with his gun out. My dad's not going anywhere. He's not arguing with the guy. My dad panics. I'm assuming he's trying to go in reverse because there's cameras not that far away. There's cameras. I think he just wanted to get on camera because the cop was about to kill him. Maybe he was trying to protect us. So he floors it in reverse in a straight line, just a couple 100 feet back. Not 100 feet, like maybe 15 to 20 feet. But the cop leaves the ground, gets on the hood of the car. All of a sudden, he didn't call back up. For some reason, my dad didn't have any priors. Didn't have any instances with the police. He had been sober 11 years. 6 cops are there. We're 15 miles from the station. It would have taken those cops 15 minutes to get there. That traffic incident lasted about 20 seconds before that happened. So the cops saw us go up Ray Hill Road or Ray O'Brien Road. And at the corner of Ray O'Brien Road, 6 cops are waiting for us. So they gave him a brain injury. They beat the shit out of him. He stood up to him. He held his own, but they tased him, maced him. My friend Tyler got special treatment, this 8-year-old boy, but me as a 9-year-old boy, they ripped me the fuck out of the car, dragged me to my dad, hold me up, so we're both like crucified position, holding us both up. My dad's crying. They're making him say shit. Afterwards, he couldn't work, couldn't function, went to jail. We lost everything. He used his retirement to buy an RV, and he's been in an RV since. He's still a legend in my book. That was way more legendary for me, and the fact that he's still going after all this, and he still cares about people. Way more legendary than making an Olympian or whatever happened back then. He lived in Hawaii for 10 years. And he had a daughter that I've never met. I've met her, like, one time she came over and she has two. My nieces are both mixed, so I saw her with my two nieces on a blanket in our field back when we had that property. And I don't think I said anything to her. I think she just waved and I walked away. Time I've seen her in person. But she was raised in Alaska. Did you poop during the encounter? Which encounter? Wealth is literally nothing. I have millions in a large place to myself, and it means nothing. Justin, you're a millionaire? Be dead ass with me right now. Justin, are you a millionaire? Justin, you've been watching my content for like a year now. And you're just now telling me you're a millionaire? You're in a lot of my comment sections, bro. I know, like, I think I've done a reading on you before, bro. Are you telling me you have multiple millions of dollars, bro? Dude, we're all like, what the fuck? Bro, we're stuck in the system. There's nothing real about wealth. I know that, Justin. I'm not going to ask you for 100K, Justin, but I'm like, are you a millionaire? What the fuck? That's crazy. We had someone named Christina. I don't know if Christina still watches. I blocked her. Because Christina was around when I was every day talking about how I just want to get land for my brother. I was talking about my brother a lot and talking about how I want to get land, and I'm just looking for like 10 grand to get a piece of land so I can get my brother out of his environment. And Christina was watching the whole time. After my brother dies, she reveals that she makes a lot of money and that she has a native reservation that, and a whole, like, she owns an entire mountain, hundreds of acres. And then she started talking to me about all the stuff she's buying and shit. And I was like, you saw my brother die because I failed to get a job in time, and you saw me apply to all of these jobs. You saw me trying my hardest, surviving Sub-Zero weather. You watched me the whole time struggling, trying to get a piece of land to save my brother. Then you watched my brother die from the environment I tried to save him from. And you had the means the whole time. And you would comment every live. Keith, bro, I appreciate everything you are. Keep loving. Doesn't even know how that happened. My brother woke up. He's not by blood, but I call him my brother. His last name was McManus, which comes from Magnus. Magnus was Brian's grandson, Brian Baru, who I get O'Brien from. When I met him, we were both wearing the same Ireland shirt that was given to us from an African family that I was, they were my foster parents. But we both got into music. He became a local celebrity. He did one concert performance. He dropped one song at a time. Everyone loved his music more than him. Like, they really like idolatry his music. They all wanted a piece of it. When he died, everybody took credit for his shit. People only talked about his music and not him. But he had one girlfriend. He'd slept with one girl. He went across the country. And I think he said that he had also been with one guy, but it is what it is. Nothing wrong with that. Just saying it. He did one send across the country to try to change, to like live his dream. He went to Phoenix, Arizona, and found out it sucks. Because I went to Phoenix, Arizona, so then he had to go because he was really competitive with me. So then he went to Phoenix, Arizona, and he just stayed in a B&B for a week. And he said the guy was a piece of crap. So his mom took him across the country to see. He got to see Niagara Falls and the Grand Canyon and all this. He got one. He went one at a time with all the thing life has to offer. One heartbreak, one being a celebrity, one being an outcast when they think he's a homeless junkie. He went from the top to the bottom and did all this stuff once. And I would always push him, like, release an album. Let's go. Let's make the music video. And he goes, no, nature grows slow. And then he woke up one morning and said, they're coming to kill me. And if I don't get away from you, his mom, they're going to kill you too. So they put him in the hospital for psychosis. He calmed down. He was on his way to walk home. He falls, hits his head, and freezes to death at 8 a.m. on the sidewalk on the main road in my hometown. Hundreds to thousands of people possibly drove by his body, and nobody helped him. I cried because this guy, he's so deep. Justin, I think you're not a millionaire, bro. You're trolling, man. You for real cry because of case content, man? People die, bro. For real. But everyone that I've seen die, I also talk about Craig because the people at that church looked identical to my dad's friends, Craig and Melanie. Like they looked like the same exact people if they were 15 years older than they are now. They looked identical. Like she walked out of the building and I was like, is that Melanie? I had to like really think about it because she looks like her twin. And her last name is the name of the mountain range here. So I was like, do you have family named? And she's like, no. I was like, well, you look, I showed him a picture. You guys look identical to these people. Like I grew up with those people, and basically on this random trip back to my hometown in 2023, I go see my dad on his birthday. A day before, I'm gifted a car for free by a man who couldn't keep up with the insurance payments because he was homeless and he didn't want the car anymore, and heroin addicts were living in the back and paying him to go help them steal from stores and sell them to local businesses. Like they would go take like big stuff from the back rooms and they would go to other businesses and sell them for cheap. Which I'm like, you're like, homeless people are terrible. But I'm like, yeah, but those businesses that you celebrate were buying from them. You know, like local carpenters that have their own companies were buying power tools from Home Depot that those guys would steal. So he gives me the car and I'm like, oh, if you want it back in 2 weeks, I'll take it to see my dad. It's his birthday tomorrow. I go down and my dad tries to kill me that night. He pushes me into a wall. I try to leave. I punch him once in the face to get him away from me, and then I'm like, I'm leaving. And then he runs out, grabs me by the hair, throws himself on the ground, and tries to choke me to death. I bend his finger back until he runs away. And then him and my mom fabricated a lie to the cops, because that's what they do. And I was like, all you have to do is see the camera footage. You can see that my dad says that he was running out of the room, and I grabbed him by the legs and pulled him back into the apartment to beat the shit out of him. If you look at the camera footage, you'll see I'm leaving and my dad runs out and grabs me by the hair and throws himself on the ground, pulling me down with him. You can tell he's full of shit, but they gave us both assault charges anyway and didn't even look at the camera footage. But then I went to see John Michael, my little brother, and then right before I'm about to leave, I stop at the Cumberland Farms. And I catch up with like Brittany and the people that work there, and then I get out and gas station, there's nobody at the gas pumps but one car in the middle. I look and it's my dad's friend Craig. And Craig was like the guy, like if my dad needed a ride or I needed a ride, he would call Craig and Melanie. If I got stranded, like I tried to train hop once and I got stranded in Massachusetts because they caught me, kicked me off the train. I was trying to go to New York to see my friend's concert in New York City. And I just did the ticket, they were full. So I was like, I'll keep 90 cash, and if they really give me shit, I'll be like, I have enough for a ticket. I'm just trying to get down there. But he was like, he opened the door and said, get the fuck out or I'm going to push you out. He's like, if you don't get out when the train stops, I'm going to push you out. So when I left, you know, I called Craig and Melanie and they brought me back up. So Craig was there, and Craig always had drama. Like Craig's wife, Melanie, had a lot of PTSD, and she was always stressed out about stuff, and sort of they would fight a lot, and Craig is just trying to get her to calm down with her. I'm sure it went back and forth. I don't know what drugs they did or if they were drinking or not. But Craig was alone there, and he was glowing, like literally glowing, like the particles around the car and around him were like shimmering. He had like this bright, warm, godly yellow glow about him, and he was just so happy. I could see his aura so clearly. And he was just sitting there smiling, watching the people go in and out, and I knew that he had his God moment where he was just taking in how beautiful life is by himself, just chilling. So I walked up and said, hey, it's nice to see you, man. And the last thing I said to him was like, I'm glad to see you happy. And I left. 24 hours later, he gets hit by a train and he's dead. One time when I was 17, I lived in Ludlow, Vermont, and I worked at Dunkin' Donuts, and I was living at the homeless shelter for kids. And there was this other local kid. There were two kids named, one was named John, like John Michael, and then one was named Drew, like Andrew. And John and Drew, would hang out all the time. I'd hang out with like Drew. One time he taught me how to play basketball. He taught me the rules and everything. So I played basketball with Drew in the gym once. And then John would come in. He was just a really nice guy. And I would give out free coffees and shit to pretty girls that would come in all the time. And I'd fold up like an origami rose with my number on it and leave it there for the next time they come back. And one time I didn't go back to the shelter, and I put my arm around both girls to show off to the guys. And then we walked down the railroad track and I made out with both of them. Swear to God. And John came in once at night and he had that same glow. He was really happy. So I was like, let's give him, he ordered like a bunch of shit. So I was like, let's just give it to him, man. He seems like, it was just a different feeling. I assumed he was like sad because of that bittersweet feeling. Now I know that's the God moment before you die. But he had that God moment there. So I gave him all of the stuff for like $30 worth of stuff for free for him and his friends to have a good night. And I was also thinking like maybe, and he was like, that's cool, that's so cool, man. Thank you so much. And he left, and then that night he got in a car accident and died. When they go, it's their time to go. And it's usually the people I feel deserve to go to heaven the most. Even if John Michael was a big piece of shit in a lot of ways. He was a proud energy vampire who like really liked to learn about spirituality just to use it. He was too competitive. And spirituality made it like one of the things he said, he wanted to trade bodies with me like Freaky Friday. At one point he was really convinced that if we signed like a spiritual contract, we would switch. I think what he was really trying to say is that he wanted my energy. And he wanted me to have his energy. I don't think it was actually switching bodies. But he said that he had done it before. He said he did like a ritual with people in town. And he had switched bodies for a day. I don't know. I don't believe him. But now we have no proof. We have no way to prove it. Maybe he did. Brattleboro, Vermont's a crazy place with a lot of crazy people that do that stuff. Like the guy that did the witchcraft. And then the people in my house saw him doing the witchcraft in their dreams, and they didn't know what was going on. They didn't know he was that person, you know? They do it down there. I don't know. Jews say that they can, if they rape a child a certain way, they can infest it with a ancient king. Like in the movie Hereditary by Ari Aster, who's one of those people. And I'm like, if they don't have, after 2,000 years of doing it, if you don't have evidence, you're not going to keep doing it. And for like 4,000 of these Jews to emerge from the tunnels at night and run through the streets panicking, something is going on down there. If you want to buy Casey some dinner. I don't really think it's your time when you go. I told you that John Michael was a energy vamp that was really competitive with me. 2 weeks before he died, I had a dream that I was in this darkness, and it was this dark mountainside. And I was at the bottom, and I had this crown on. I was in my royal garb. I was like this ancient king. Not like the one they try to, maybe the one the Jews are trying to put in, but I don't think so. And then John Michael walks in and he goes, no, I'm the king, I'm the king, I'm the king. And he's like pulling it and trying to force my crown onto him. And he climbs up the hill to throw his temper tantrum where he's stealing all my energy, and I feel it because I love him. He's like my brother. So I was like letting him do it. And then I saw an angel fucking swoop in and kill him. And then 2 weeks later, he's dead. So maybe it was his choices because he went down the wrong road or did the wrong thing to me. I don't know. But I also had dreams about talking to him after he's dead and explaining to him that he's dead. And then I saw him again in spirit, followed immediately by a notification on my phone about a tarot reader saying that my dead brother has a message for me. But he chose to reincarnate and he loves me. But he won't remember me and I won't see him ever again in my life. Why did that church call the police? the people that do this stuff to me like that, it doesn't go well for them. When that guy got me high and tried to suck my dick, and I left. When I told my property, the landlord about it, she ignored me. Then the day after, I became homeless because I didn't want to live with the guy. I didn't want to live in the building with those people. So I decided to be homeless. The first day of homelessness, in the middle of winter, lightning struck the top of her building where she works, like the property thing on the other side of town. So I'm like, hell yeah. So I go get a quesarito, and I'm eating my quesarito in my car, staring at it, and she comes out and she sees me, and she looks demonic. She like freaking out. What did he get? Too high on weed? I don't know. I did smoke a cigarette with him, and I did eat bacon. Like, he cooked bacon, and I had bacon. But then maybe it was a spell. But I definitely got like something happened where I just had like this super awareness of spirit, and it felt like I was high. And then he tried, and then I got up and left, and he goes, "You just missed out on the best blowjob of your life." As I'm leaving. He didn't unzip my pants or anything, but he got in position, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And then I left. That is really awkward. He started digging a hole. Seems to the cross out tonight. I'd rather be underground. There's nowhere I can put a tent legally. Or I would have by now. I've got a 7x9 quilted cabin tent, or it might be 9x11 quilted cabin tent in the back seat here with a tent stove. I want to go camping before, but now I have to pay these tickets. I've sent the email to get my license, or to get the fix-it ticket fixed. So that's handled. But then I have aggravated unlicensed operation of a motor vehicle, 3rd degree, which is a misdemeanor. Which is just, even though it says aggravated, it's not. It's just driving with a suspended license. And I didn't know. Because I didn't have contact with my mom. They said they sent 3 pieces of mail. I'm sure she had tried to reach out to me. But back then, if I reached out to her, it would be illegal. And I often deleted my Facebook all the time. Before that, she would bait me. Like, she would message me, like, pretty much twice or 3 times a week. She would offer me money to pay for insurance or storage units. She would do things, and then, if I responded whenever she felt like it, she would call the police to have me arrested. So I served 70 days total in county for that. Just different times where she doesn't stop reaching out to me. And then if I answer whenever she feels like it, that's the narcissism. It's terrible. I was once touched without consent when I was sleeping. I know how you feel, Casey. I was confused about that. Wasn't that bad, but I had a cop. When my mom lied to the cops and they maced me and didn't wash my eyes and put me in jail for 4 days with no running water or blankets or food. It was either I stuck my head in the toilet or I lived with the pepper spray in my eyes, so I lived with the pepper spray for 4 days. Afterwards, the cop made me get on my knees to travel cuff me, which I found out isn't standard procedure. And then he just hovered with it, because I can't see, so my senses are like heightened, and he's just standing there like his crotch like a ½ inch from my face. And he's like really happy about it. That felt like sexual abuse. The only other cop that's ever done that to me, it turns out he molests homeless women, and he thought that I was a woman because he couldn't see my mustache from the side like this. Found out he molests homeless women. He coerces sexual bribes for bogus charges and says, I'll get you off if you get me off. The only other cop that's ever, like, put his crotch that close to my head in my life. So I'm assuming that other guy's doing it too, and it's probably just, like, older cops probably used to do that all the time. And then one time I passed out drunk in a field when I was 16, and I woke up and a girl was sucking my dick, and then I let her do it for a little bit, and then her dog ran up and licked it once, and she went, Stella! So I just got up and walked away, and she got really, really upset and tried to leave, and my friend was like trying to get her to stop, and she ran over his foot. I felt molested then, but I think it was because of the spiritual stuff and drinking that night. But either way, I was like, I didn't know spirituality back then. I just knew I felt bad. And then I had a friend who I'd known since I was 13, but now she was dating my other friend when we were 16. And I fell asleep cuddling her, and then we woke up and hooked up in the other room. And I know my friend laid against the wall watching me cuddle his girlfriend. And I'm pretty sure he must have known what happened. But she wanted to, and I just laid back and let her do her thing. And I knew that when I came, I always feel bad. I feel drained afterwards, and it ruins my day. I didn't know spirituality back then, but I knew if I had finished, I would feel bad the rest of the day. So I didn't. And she was like, she had already done it a few times, so she was like, "Are you gonna?" I was like, "I don't. So I can go do shit today." And she was like, "Oh," and then just got up and it was done. I made that girl cry once because she had a big crush on me. She wanted to date me, and then we hung out at Green Street at the school. And there was this, for some reason, probably to repair the basketball hoops or something, or like scaffolding, there was this giant staircase on wheels. And I took my ex, Chloe. We both sat on the top, and she was just sitting there on the ground watching us. And Chloe was like basically sitting on my lap at the top there. And then she cried and ran up. The other girl cried and ran away. But one of that girl that cried and ran away, when she was 15, she was sleeping with a 21-year-old. And that 21-year-old messaged me and said that if you don't date the girl that I'm sleeping with, I'm going to grab a fistful of your girlfriend's hair and fuck the shit out of her. And I'll call you when it happens. And then she texted me like, I'm sorry. Fuck that bitch. They probably schemed against me. Seems like you have a thriving dating life. That was almost 10 years ago, man. That was when I was 16. I'm now 26. I stopped dating in 2021. And how many have I slept with since 2021? Not counting the girl I was dating that I broke up with in 2021. After that, just 2 that will count. And then the rest was like, one time I was deep in the projects, and the guys that I was living with made me fuck a prostitute in order to keep staying with them. Because they thought it would fix my problems. They thought it would fix my mental health issues if I got laid. So they paid for a prostitute. I stuck it in once so she would know how big it was, and then I washed my dick off in the bathroom. And then she said, I tell the story a lot. She said, I think God just gave me my match. And I said, I hope it works out for you. And then I left. And then I walked out. In Gucci we trust. Justin, if I make super chats, it's YouTube takes like 45% of it. Like if I did super chats and you sent $1,000 dono, 450 of it would go, I wouldn't get. It would be like throwing it away. But I do have a GoFundMe. And I have a Chime, Cash App, Venmo, Wise. I just don't make super chats because I don't have a lot of viewers. Damn, you would just stick your rod in this condom. Oh, let's put a condom, and I washed it, and I'm good. Did she swallow? No, I put it in once, so that afterwards she walked around going, "He hurt me. He hurt me." And I knew that made them mad. I knew it made them mad, but they looked at me with such respect afterwards. They told me I was official now, and that they're gonna tell people that I'm official. But I didn't do anything illegal with them. I didn't pay for that prostitute. I just hooked up with a girl. I didn't tell him to. It's a completely different transaction, you know? Like, he gave her money for nothing, and then I hooked up with her. I also didn't know that he paid until afterwards. He had just told me to do it, and that I have to do it. And then later I found out that he probably paid. I don't think he flat out said that he paid. But she was a prostitute. I can't see because I've been staring at the sun. Did you have to go get tested? I've been tested, I'm fine. You can drive no matter what, you just have to have a car. I wonder if you have a child from her. I just put it in once. He's not having a kid, bro. I was really concerned that my ex cheated on her rebound after me with me, and then she got pregnant. But I'm assuming they got a paternity test done. Because she was also cheating on him with probably 6 other guys. What am I gonna do, man? There's a shower I might be able to use 20 miles from here. But that's after my license gets unsuspended. I'm sure I'm gonna find a bunch of bullshit that those New York cops threw on me. As I'm trying to figure out how to pay this, I'm sure they use like a loophole, like maybe aggravated driving with an unsuspended license or whatever. That might not lift the suspension. And then I'm really stuck here. And those people that called are going to be dealing with me a lot. But they gave me an ID number so I can check the charge. He's gonna warrant for your arrest, sucks to be in jail. I don't know. I'm trying to get land. I'm trying to pay the car off and get land. And then I think I want to travel. I just want to make my songs. I want to start dating again. I just want to get to a point where I'm functioning again and I can tell jokes and thrive in social settings again where I used to make people laugh all the time. Like, girls used to really like me. And now they don't seem to. So I'm trying to get back there. I had like a couple years of my life where everywhere that I went, girls would be like, "That's my husband." Oh, that's my husband right there. The same way kids they have like brain rot or whatever, where they say things and you don't understand what they mean. My generation, they'd say like same, like if anything happens, they're like me too. That's me, that's totally me. But they'd also go like, guys would go like wife, and the girls would go husband. So I would walk through places and I'd hear tons of girls go husband, 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 right there. And now nobody does anything like that. Older women say that I'm very handsome, but young women don't seem to show me any signs. So I need to Aura Max, I think. Looks like the sun just set, yeah. That's just what I'm working towards. Justin, if you'd like to send me a lot of money, you would be blessed. Are you actually a millionaire? I'll help you buy a car wash. I heard that rich people like to buy car washes for some reason. I'll help you get a bunch of car washes. Bro, you sell czars? Oh, you sell cars? They gave you an ID number so you can be identified. Set up super chat. Is that because of like taxes? Because it really is like YouTube will take 45% of that. But I have a GoFundMe. I also think I once said that I said on a YouTube short that after eating Domino's every day for 3 weeks and having the biggest shit of my life, and it hurt really bad, and afterwards I hated it. The whole time I hated it. But I mean, afterwards it like hurt. So I said, to want to have that as like your sexual preference, the reverse of that, and it was a joke, but I said that's a mental illness right there. So I got a community guideline strike, so I don't think I can make super chats. Check your Discord, brother, trying to send you some. All right. Okay. Well, gym membership, car, hikes, computer, software, microphone, audio interface, tablet, maybe a GoPro, and then gas. And then I live a completely different life. Then I travel around making music. I'm gaining muscle every week. I'm working on the animated TV show I want to make. And not for like career success or anything, but just because it's been floating around in my mind for years. And I want to get that, just get it, make it. I feel like I should. And then instead of like living in the suffering and looking at these mountains being like, I wish I had enough money to go up there and do that in camp, I can just go do that. I wanted to get a protection dog and like a really trained big dog, so that I could go to places where like northern Canada where nobody goes, or Alaska, Hawaii, places that there's not a lot of police presence, so there's a really good chance of violence if you're homeless. But having a big dog like that would stop it. Like, nobody will bother you if you have a big dog. So that, I was thinking about that, going to Hawaii and Ireland. And then just the wagon idea, the church van idea for the homeless, building that program, and then building like a, from off the ground into a car, different means to do that. And then once I get the car, I've already put the storage shed at the church. Then at the church, I want to print out like leaflets for them about how to be homeless in DoorDash, Instacart, Walmart, Spark Delivery, all this, how to save your money, what to do with it, the right means to get them saving so that they can get their car insurance, they can get their gas, they can get all this, and then not be deactivated with drama and bullshit, so that they can save up, and then trying to get a farm or a homestead where they can go work with their hands, tending to animals and stuff with unconditional love, so that they gain skills like carpentry skills and stuff like that, which opens up a big possibility once they're at that level of functioning to go anywhere in the country or anywhere in the world that has homesteads that need helpers, so that they can move right onto a piece of property and be paid for it while they save to get their own land. And then I would really encourage them to do YouTube content while they do it, so that people can see their story and they can add their perspective, gain supporters, and make their dreams come true, so they don't get trapped and stuck like I did. And then maybe I want to build like a wildlife conservation nature preserve where Vivek's cabin is. Stay there some time of the year if I want to, but I'm probably gonna live a life of traveling. I don't really feel a need to go back there anymore. But I was gonna put a big fire tower there, so people would pull up at the park and ride, walk through the woods, and I would have the Casey story there. Like, when you go through like nature preserves and stuff, you see signs that talk about the wildlife and all this. I would talk about what happened to me when I broke down in Randolph and what I went through in my life, like the legend of Casey, that as you walk through that trail, you would see, like with pictures and text, the different parts of the story and how it came to be that now the cabin is still there, that you can go in and see where I wrote on the wall, and you can climb up this big fire tower and look at the view. And I think I want this big dream. Like, my uncle's an architect. My dad was a carpenter. I really wanted to make like a little O'Brien village somewhere. It would be like glamping, but people could live there if they wanted to down the line. Like this big property where we build these really cool looking, like the main place would look like a stone castle, like an Irish castle. And then it would be like its own little village of tiny houses that are designed the way I want it designed. Like they all have the overhang with the shingles, but it's not Nordic, but the supports for the overhang would be like dragons, or it would have like, I don't know, I thought it'd be really cool to make like a replica of the mountains out of wood, like a giant wood carving of the mountains with the trees and everything. That'd be cool. But just build it like a tiny home village that people could rent out or glamp in, buy a ski resort or something, and then I would live there part-time. Or my dad would live there and manage it or something. Then traveling is going to be a lot easier. If Elon Musk actually does the things he says he's going to do, then we're going to have RVs that can go on, that can double as houseboats, and they run completely off the sun. So if that happens, I could just travel full time. But the plan is eventually I do want to start dating and have kids. I don't know. My God moments are too overwhelming and I don't know how to live. And then I'm not in I can't really, I guess church, but when I try to bring that spiritual stuff to public, people think I'm crazy. When I bring that spiritual stuff to church, they go, oh my fucking God, you're like, God has so much he's doing in your life. That's crazy. I never see people like that. When I do it when I'm driving, I get pulled over. Like the past few weeks of me having this sense of comfort where I'm not in survival as much, I've dealt with 20 cops in the past week. Something does trigger them. I don't know what it's for. Maybe I'm not in the right place. Demon Hunters offered to Demon Hunter's husband is a truck driver, but he used to have, he was doing his own landscaping thing. He called KC Landscaping, literally. So maybe I'll go down there for like a month or something, just to let him keep some of his big ticket clients for if he wants to do it next year. Or maybe every year from now on, we figure out how to go back and just keep a couple of the big ticket clients. I'm not sure yet. How do these cops keep finding you? I mean, one instance, I would drive through a bunch of different small towns, and it was only 7 o'clock at night. It was 7 o'clock on a Friday. But it was empty. All these towns were completely empty. Nobody walking around. Usually it's really busy. I don't know what they were doing, if there was an event or something, if everybody was in the bar or something. But the whole place was empty, and it's just me now, and then I'm going the speed limit, but I slowly drive by the cop, and I had a headlight out. So I got pulled over probably 6 times that night. And at the very end, then I find out my license is suspended. Right when I'm in the city where I don't want a car to be taken from me. And then I came back here to work, and then the people at the job, instead of being really friendly, they became really toxic and all about the ego power games and stuff. Like really cartoonishly aggressive with me about it. And I didn't like that. But I have to find my birth certificate anyway, which is buried under all my trash here. So then I came here to go to the 24-hour laundromat, because I went to a bunch of different churches today, and I couldn't find anyone that has a dumpster just laying around that I could throw the stuff in. So I'm going to go to the laundromat tonight. And then I'm going to go, I was going to go to the thrift store, but I'm going to go to the gym instead. Or I was going to go to the thrift store to get gym clothes so that I can use the gym. But the gym doesn't have a shower now. And now there's no showers in the area. And I can't leave the area now that they know me. Can't leave the area until I fix my license suspension. And that could be April. I have to go to court on April 2nd. But they said it's going to get dropped. He's going to cut firewood all summer. He started his garden and he has chickens. A lot to do here in spring, summer season. It's cool you're friends with Demon Hunter. Yeah, and he's going to cut firewood all summer to sell for winter. But is the truck driving multiple days? Like, is he gone 4 days out of the week? Or is it like a 9 to 5? What's it going to take to get it fixed? Oh, I don't know. But I know the car wheel hubs is 100 plus gas to get there, and it's, I'd say like $80 to get there. So it'll be like $180 for the car to get fixed. I owe $840 on the car, plus title, registration, and insurance, which would be like $500. But she's letting me pay it over time with an agreement with the owner to drive it. I don't know how, they haven't told me how much the ticket is. They just gave me, because I couldn't, in New York State, they have different licenses. So my Vermont license doesn't have the DD code on the back, or the D, whatever it's called, the driver identification code, whatever it's called, man. And so you can't log in with that, but they say I can log in with the code they just gave me. So now I can check exactly what I owe. I'm hoping I can just talk to the counties tomorrow and see if we can get the late fees reduced and just taken out, and I just pay the original. one place told me I didn't have a speeding ticket. They just found out I do have a speeding ticket. I was driving down the road. I was driving down the highway. Cars are going 90 and a 60. I'm going like 65. I didn't have cruise control, so I'm like trying. I see a state trooper. I'm panicking because I have the trauma with the police. I sped up. I did match pace with 2 other cars, but I had a Dodge Magnum. I had a drug dealer car, and I had out-of-state plates. So the cop pulls me over. I also had a bunch of black people in the car. I don't know if that contributed, but I had like a bunch of big tattooed black dudes in the car, because that's who I was living with, and they were cool. I didn't see them do anything illegal. They were on parole for having they had weed charges. So in New York, even if you have weed, they don't really need anything to give you intent to sell. So they just in New York, they pile on charges to get you financially, to ruin your life. So they had some weed, like one guy only had a little bag, and they gave him intent to sell because the bag, I guess, looked like, because he bought it from somebody, but the way he had the bag made it seem like it was enough for them to say he was going to sell it, but they didn't have any evidence. But he still got, in New York, 2017, just even having a little bag like that is 5 years. So he spent 5 years in jail for that. Which is really what I was afraid of. I was afraid that he was going to get in trouble. Because I didn't really ask him about what his probation would be if he was allowed to leave. And we were just going to pick up our friend he was just visiting his family. And he wanted to drive with me. So I was like, okay. But I was more just worried about New York State cops because they've been terrible to me. So I did speed up, but also everybody there was going fast. It was a ticket for 6 miles over the speed limit, so he only gave me a ticket for 71 when I was doing probably 80. And everyone else was doing 90. It's New York. Drive through it and tell me that they're not going 90 miles an hour. I don't know if I should tell that to the judge, but I'm just going to tell him about that I'm not a criminal and what I do, and that I did have PTSD, and that I just didn't have contact with the person that has my mailing address. What is this? Can I go FIKPSLO? What does that mean? Can I go fuck people up? I'm not trying to go stay on Demon Hunter's property. Maybe when I have money and the car is paid off and I've got 10 pounds of muscle, I want to go hang out with her kids. And I definitely at some point I want to pay to help make the property better for them. Like if I get enough money that I can help pay they have a garage that caved in, if I could fix that for them or help out in some way for the ways that they've helped me in the past. But I'm not trying to bring my bullshit into their life. Demon Hunter's offered many times. I'm not trying to yeah, he's always welcome. I got 50 pounds muscle. I know it's illegal to own feathers. It can't be illegal to just carry a deer head around. Thanks. I found a dead owl on the ground the other day and I was like, man, I wish I could take these feathers. But I'm not trying to get in trouble. So I just buried it under snow. So now we had rain, so it's probably melted. What am I gonna do, man? I'm worried that the ancestors that the tarot readers are saying are talking to me, that have really specific messages about my life, that like they'll say like they'll flat out just say Casey sometimes. They're like, I know there's a Casey watching, and they say that the ancestors are happy that you freed them. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? How can you free the ancestors? I had a tarot reading for Casey, and they threw out the Hierophant, which is the card I asked for. And they said you made your ancestors so proud because you freed them. I was like, I didn't know they were bound. I didn't know they were in prison. What is it? And that makes me think, like, what if it's demons? What if that's actual demons, man? Selena girl, thank you. I talked to you there. 90% of the world believes that they're in communication with a God that talks back to them. 90% of the world believes in God, and that's the most schizophrenic thing you can think of. I don't think I'm schizophrenic. I think I've been in the woods long enough that I learned how the animals operate. Because I can make a crow scream with my mind. I can make a crow freak out with my mind. And I have videos of that. I don't even move. And I can make the crow start and stop cawing at will. Because I just play with their spiritual territories. When I go on my long spiels, I've learned to start, when I talk to like people in the real world about this stuff, I've learned that I have to start out with, how long have you spent in the woods by yourself? Well, I'm not diagnosed schizophrenic. I talk to therapists about this stuff. They don't think I'm schizophrenic, but I'm going to tell you some stuff that will seem crazy, but it's what happens when you live out in the woods, and you'll find that people that built their life around living out in the woods, the natives, say the same things I'm saying. So there is truth to it. It's not a delusion or craziness. It's just observation and being in the field, literally. A lot of time in the woods. You studied abnormal psychology. This is someone that is very unwell, and it makes me sad because they're very hard to reach. Hi, Jess. How are you doing? I'm good, man. I'm just waiting to get to the gym. And then I'm applying to some jobs tonight again, but I found out I didn't pay a ticket a couple years ago, so I have to pay that off first, and I can get to work. And once I have a gym and a shower, I'm also trying to put a medicine cabinet. Tonight I'm organizing the car. And then I'm going to get omega-3s, multivitamins, probiotics, zinc, all the good stuff. And I'm going to put it in a medicine cabinet on the back of this passenger seat. And then organize like a little office space back here. And then try to save money or go on trips. Find a way to pay the car off. If there ever is a draft run to Canada, I have too many suicide attempts. The military won't take me. What's going on in life, bro? Just that. I finally got a car. I traveled to start over new, and because I have an out-of-state plate, I've dealt with 20 police in the past week. And then I found out that 4 years ago when I was here, I got a ticket and I didn't pay it. So my license is suspended. But I didn't have money then, and I have money now. And they didn't pull me over when I didn't have money. And now I have money, so now I can pay the ticket, I guess. Please don't hurt yourself. Lots of people care about you. Want you alive and thriving. Thanks. I definitely stopped hanging out with somebody because he had a registered firearm, and all I could think about was shooting myself. Everyone I love is dead, became addicts, or settled into a life, lost themselves, and now they're very proud, judgmental people that aren't very fun to be around. So I feel like I lost them spiritually because they don't remember what they were like. They lost that like essence that made them them. And now they just talk and act like everybody else. They're not creative, they're not fun. They're spiritually dead, but they're making money. Like one of my friends makes $90K a year. Just talking about video games as a manager of Walmart. A 2-hour massage. Somebody told me I need to get a massage the other day. IRL. I was thinking about doing acupuncture at some point. I think God will put the right people in my life as long as I'm if I can get into that position. Like if I can gain like 5 or 6 pounds of muscle, everything's taken care of. Maybe I'll get a haircut, maybe I won't. Car's good, money in my pocket, living in my purpose, things are going well. Traveling, hiking, meditating, getting closer to God. My traumas heal a little bit so I can think better. And then when I have those wake up moments, I can take more risks because I'll have my shit handled. Then I think I could go into any gas station to like a 23-year-old that does community college and she's attractive and ask her if she wants to get Moe's or something, or go on a hike with my dog. And then I think a lot of the mental illness stuff will just, a lot of it's just loneliness. I've been in complete isolation for most of my day, where if I'm not live, I'm not even speaking for 7 years. So that can fuck everything up. Do a live stream from the gym. No. Maybe after a few months. I didn't even want to go live now, but 4 cops showed up. So I went live just in case something happened. How old are you? I'm 26. But I had a brain injury when I was 19, and that took years of my life, and then trauma and suffering and homelessness, isolated like a stray animal, took years of my life. So therapists say as long as I don't say I'm younger to groom children, which was never on the table, he said, then there's no problem with saying that you're 21, because you were basically in a coma. Like, how much of your day did you spend just like not moving because you can't function? I went like probably 3 years. And then if you count all the time afterwards, probably 5 years. He was like, yeah, so you were in a coma for 5 years. And you don't look 26, so just be 21. Go hang out with 21-year-olds, do the stuff. Go live your life, man. So I don't feel bad that my peers are like having kids with homes and careers. Because it really wasn't a fault of my own. I got up every day and tried my best. There were some points where I think I could have taken bigger risks, knowing that I would fall, like the cycle, I'd fall back again and regress and have to keep trying. But when I was at the point where I got myself just enough functioning, and then the universe opened up an opportunity, I could have taken it. But also, like, the opportunities I'm talking about is like, I know that there's a concert going on, and I know I have all these songs and I'd already performed them. So the risk would be going into a building I can't afford a ticket, finding my way into the building, finding my way past security, and then going to the stage to tell them, let me on stage, connect the aux. I'll perform right now, and if you like it, I'm local. That's the risks I'm talking about. So, like, who knows if that would have worked or not, but either way, I left. Instead, I drove away. One time when I was homeless in 23, I walked out to the waterfront, and there were 5 girls there, and 2 of the 5 girls really liked me, and they were really interested. Even though I smelled, they were like touching up on me, really interested. They called me King. They're like, "Do you, King?" They really liked me, and they were getting in the car to go back to a campsite, all 5 of them. And I felt like I was like, I can ask them if I can go with them. And then I hesitated. And then a random drunk stranger showed up and was like, "Aren't you the homeless guy in the tent?" Because he saw me talking to the girls. And then the girls were mad at him. But they left, and I was left listening to that guy bitch at me. Those are the risks I'm talking about. Like, I could have had those moments, but I didn't do it. I hesitated. But other than that, yeah, like even Jess says that she studies whatever, and she says there's something really wrong with me. I cut myself slack because I know that a lot of people wouldn't be able to have gotten to my position that I'm at now with the stuff that has happened to me. Like, I should be whacked out of my mind in Section 8, having panic attacks about cooking Elio's pizza and then coping. But instead, I get up and I make progress every day, and then I panic, buy a pizza, and cope watching videos on YouTube. I get up and try. I went to the gym for a little bit today to see my shoulder. It seems like it should be healed, but before I was doing push-ups every day. But I got in that bike accident. It seems like it should be fine if I just keep stretching it and get more protein. Tell us about the deer head in your car. In 2024, I left that park and ride because people were keying it, put a gun to my head while I was asleep. One guy was jerking off outside, staring at me asleep. False police reports. Cops would show up and didn't care that it was false police reports and using it as an excuse. So I didn't have any any allies in that town. I had enemies everywhere. The whole town was like telephoning each other, then forming angry mobs, and even the high school was like revving their engine at me, and I could hear them saying, "One day we're gonna get him," like trying to egg each other on. And I heard one of the moms of those kids told me the kids were talking about jumping me, these local yokels. So I ran into the woods and I found a place that I had drawn 6 months ago. I was doing an animated TV show, and in it a kid gets lost in the woods and finds this fantasy place, and my character is up this little hill in the woods in an abandoned old keep, and it had no doors or windows, just empty spaces. And then I found an abandoned sugaring shack in a hill, wandering the same way. And the way that in the show that I wrote, the kid finds the scene that I wrote, and the way that it looked that I drew was exactly the way that I found that place. So I was staying in that place, and then I was watching a lot of like content on the internet about Freemasonry and occult magic and the stuff that they were doing. And I made a YouTube video talking about that. I was looking into that stuff, about Moloch, specifically the owl god. And then I went to sleep, and before I went to sleep, I heard an owl like frantic in the woods. I fell asleep and woke up in the middle of the night, pitch black, and I can't move, paralyzed, and there's this force hovering over my head and pressing against it, and I can feel that I could see all my energy, like my memories, my thoughts, my dreams, the stuff I was creating, the love I had for people, and that thing was taking it and eating it. And it showed me opening up portals to the addicts at the park and ride down the road, and it was taking from them and trying to put it in me, trying to turn me into like a feral crackhead addicted and like attach demonic entities to me, really destroy my consciousness. And I was like fighting it off. I'm like, what are you, in my mind? And then I saw the dark magician from Yu-Gi-Oh! So it was that's the only way it could describe to me, like, I'm a dark magician, astral projecting into your life through spell work, because I saw your YouTube video. And then, swear to God, this is all true, I'm on like a pallet on a tent in that cabin, which is just a cement floor, timber frame, corrugated metal. I hear a bunch of footsteps in the woods, and I don't know what it is. I'm thinking it's like a satanic cult found me, or kids coming to kill me. I don't know exactly what it is. Then they circle around the cabin, and then an animal like a fox or a small dog or a coyote runs in and presses itself against my leg through the tent wall, regulates its breathing until it's matching my natural rhythm. So our energies line up, and then something outside up the hill a little bit, just like maybe 40 feet, something goes, and it shoots a ray of light that blocks that entity from fucking with me, but in connection with that fox or coyote or whatever it was. The entity gets mad, and it shows me an image of a buck head on a wall. And then I see it open in spirit, and I can see that there's a deer out there. That's what screamed. And the deer is looking at me, and I can see through the information. It's like, how do you feel about bucks' heads on walls? And I was like, I'm trying to imagine fences around the property and turning into a wildlife conservation where people come and feed it every day, and it can come here anytime it wants. And I'm like imagining myself hugging it, and it goes, it smacks a birch tree down and then walks away. All the other animals, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, not including the fox, so 5 plus the fox, all get up. Once all the other footsteps leave, then the fox runs out to follow them, and then that entity dissipates. The only other thing about it is I saw when I saw in spirit the deer, I saw what looked like like a dark forest spirit that looked like a human, but I don't know exactly what it was, run out of the woods and hug it, and that was enhancing its psychic ability. That morning, I was writing an album called King of the Forest, and the album cover was a buck snarling. Exactly a year later, and the guy offers me a really good deal on a buck head. The plan was not to be back in that town. The plan wasn't to ever come back to that town, but I wound up in that town because I gave up on life because my brother died, and I had nothing left to live for, so I was just going to go back to the cabin and just be depressed and watch all the Marvel movies. And then I'm given this, so I hang it up in the wall, and then it hits me like 2 months, maybe 2 weeks later, when I'm looking at the buckhead. I'm like, that's where it showed me the buckhead was going to be last year. And that's true. All that is true. Justin says he's a millionaire that sells cars. Justin says he's a multimillionaire with a home that he owns. And he sells cars. What are you gonna have for dinner, Casey? If there's a microwave in the gym, I have some leftover pizza. Other than that, nothing. I have a couple slices of pizza left. Other than that, I got McDonald's last night to check in with work, and then they were very passive aggressive with me, and I didn't like how I felt afterwards, so I didn't want to go back. And then I got offered a job landscaping at a different place. It's a pizza from Domino's, Little Caesars, they have good deals. I got Pizza Hut because I was driving through. I had to drive past it to get to my place, and Demon Hunter had sent some money, so I was like, I'll spend $30 and eat 2 slices a day, because you can get 5 toppings on the pizza, and it's only $12 for a large. At Domino's, a large with 5 toppings is like $20. And these places have there's no Pizza Huts in the area. That's why. And I'm not going to be traveling by it often. You can save a lot of money if you use the apps for fast food, yeah. I got back on food stamps. At first, with the Trump administration, they had this heavy work requirement, but local politicians have made it easier. So the legislation or whatever, whoever's in charge of the SNAP program, at first they said that homeless programs that deal, like community action programs, weren't allowed to sign off that you have barriers limiting your ability to work. But after 6 months of, you saw me, I applied to 100 jobs in the state and they all rejected me. Just because there was enough homeless people that weren't able to get jobs to fill that work requirement, they're now allowed to have community action programs. I was going to say community service workers. Community action programs are able to say, yeah, he doesn't have access to a shower. He doesn't have a reliable place to sleep. He doesn't have an alarm clock. He has CPTSD, and that's getting in the way. But he is making an effort. So now they got me food stamps for a year before they put it under review. So I do have food stamps again. And I just used it for... So far, all I bought with food stamps is like stuff with a lot of nutrients in it. When I drink it, I feel good, man. Vitamin C, B12, niacin, vitamin E, potassium, calcium, vitamin B6. And I went back and I can't reach it, but I was able to get my protein powder. So I have protein powder again. Go buy old protein bars. I'm thinking about, if I can't go anywhere, I'm going to get Walmart delivery. I'm going to try to get Walmart delivery down here and stock up on Gatorade protein bars. I don't know. I don't want the cops to get mad at me. Charging my phone, it's at 30. I'm trying to get it to like 65, but I can charge it in the gym now. I'm going to be here for a couple days. Yeah, my car's... The ground is muddy. Yeah, I'm not gonna park there. I'm gonna park up here. Oh, shit. There's 2 deer. Can you see the deer? Yeah. What up, Reginald? You're cramping my piss, man. They're not afraid of people. I'm not going to interrupt you. I'm going to go pee over here, man. This is a nice place. He's still just hanging out right there. There's 2 of them. It's a buck and a doe. There's just a full buck right there. Come Canada, bro. I can get my enhanced license at some point. Oh, this isn't a back parking lot, it's a driveway to a home where they're there. I'm gonna have to go to where these deer are to pee. I'm a super empath, man. The deer are looking at me and they're projecting their vibes and information, and I'm starting to like walk and trot like a deer, which is why they're not running from me. Because I'm empty, they don't have like an energetic signature. Now they're running. But they're not running fast because I'm different, so they're curious. They jump far. They just jumped across the whole road in one bound. They're still watching. They must be going home. So I'm kind of getting in the way. Don't look at me pissing anyone. Bro, I smell bad. It's because I'm eating healthier. My body's fucking sweating out all the garbage. Dude, I don't know. Because the cops that were here manage all the areas that I drive around. So now that they know me, there's really nowhere I can go until my license is fixed. Like if I wanted to go get a shower, I'd have to drive 30 minutes to the shower. So I'm gonna be stranded here for a few days. And it's probably gonna cost me like $180. All this work trying to get my wheel bearing fixed and save money on the wheel bearing by not paying the $280, so I'd pay $100. End up having to pay for the price the wheel bearing would have cost anyway. Oh my god, there's a deer in my car. Holy crap. Holy crap, there's a deer in my car. Deer are us. If you reincarnate, you'd rather be a deer than a human? Well, you'd watch your dad get shot. Deer are evolving, man. You rarely see bucks out because they know to hide in the trees. Deer have learned now that bucks get killed, so probably because when they're a doe, they see all these deer that are bucks get killed. You smell like shit when you D-rocks? Yeah. Oh, if the cops come out to say, I can't go anywhere because I found out my license was suspended when I was here 4 years ago. So I'm just stuck here for now. So I'm going to talk to the church tomorrow. This church has a very nice shed. Maybe I can get in this bitch. I miss my ex, man. She was terrible for me, though. And she's dumb. She doesn't think people can tell she has multiple personalities, and she's a big bullshitter. And she's attractive enough that she's been able to live in this delusion for so long that she hasn't had the isolation journey where you can introspect and figure your shit out. She has bounced from suitor to suitor to suitor to suitor since she was 14 years old. She has no idea how messed up she is. And because she's that attractive, nobody tells her. Nobody will explain to her what's going, like how the rest of the world actually sees her. You like to go fishing? No. Sometimes I used to follow deer through the woods to know that I could hunt them, but I don't kill them. There's a butterfly. Justin, are you drunk, man? Justin, how did you get these millions of dollars? Is it just selling luxury cars? You got a gig selling Lambos? And how do you do with taxes? Do you do tax breaks? Or is that federal? Yeah. That's dope. My family owns an island in this area, but I've never met them. Other than I took a canoe out there once to see them on the 4th of July, and they wouldn't talk to me or let me on the island. And my uncle wouldn't look at me. So I think they have a lot of money, but I don't know them. The only reason I don't know them is not my fault. It's probably better they didn't know me as a kid. I was kind of a brat. You watched the video you posted? Yeah. Which state? I'm from Vermont. Vermont. Like, it's amazing. Yeah, it's really nice. And nobody lives out there. Like, I was able to just go onto an empty property and take a canoe, and then I put it back afterwards. They're missing out on you? Well, maybe I'll come back when I don't need anything. Like, if I show up and say that my car's broken down and I owe all this money and I'm homeless and I don't know what to do with my life and all this, they're not gonna want me around. 26-year-old loser, and they're very rich. But if I show up and I have 10 pounds of muscle on me and I'm out there and they casually see me just on a canoe playing guitar with a dog, and I go, "What's up? I like the area, so I come here a lot." Or if they've donated the island's use to a local foundation when they're not using it, because they only come here. I'm sure they live in a mansion somewhere. Maybe I just go to the foundation and say, "Hey, I'd like to volunteer my time to work woodworking on developing that place, because I canoe by there all the time playing guitar. I'd like to help make it cooler." Life is different. It's hard to do. Yeah. I mean, she was an actress, so she might be a Satanist. Look up Joan Hardy, the actress. That's my aunt. But she's like probably in her 70s, so it was whatever actress that was. If I didn't get the tickets, I would have bought a second phone and we would have done Discord calls and I could use my phone. I was planning on getting a GoPro, computer that I could just upload videos to. Like just a cheap one. and then a second phone to run mobile hotspot and change the lives. The deer are coming back. I can feel them. And I can also feel that people are looking at me through the windows. So they're going to call again. They're going to call eventually. The whole town just saw 3 cops talking to me. That's not great for public perception. It looks like this town only has like 1,000 people that live here max. This might not even be the 24-hour parking. She could have just told me that to make me put me in view so the cops could find me. Fuck the public. I'm down to do a life path reading. Post your birthdays, man. I'll do a reading on you. Because I felt like I should go, and then Spirit, a golden light came out of my stomach and said, no, do a reading. So I'll do a reading. Mega is divided into 2 groups. The Israel First kind and the ones who are in denial about being Israel First. Pete Hegseth actually said that the dream to rebuild the 3rd temple is going to come. Inbred Lemming Goyim, man. Programmed to lack intelligence and thrive in believing that you're in a war against anyone that they tell you is, with just this random belief that somehow you will benefit from it, even though obviously the only people benefiting from it are politicians paid to promote that propaganda. So most MAGA, I think, are trying to get, like, you'll see, like, the people that go protest America first and they sit in their car, everybody's just trying to profit off of the crazy ones. Most of MAGA that you see, like, in the political sphere, or, like, content influencers, it's only for enough money to get them well off in life, and then they're just going to quit. It's only ever about improving the quality of their own lives. It's not really about Israel. Nobody really cares about that. That's just where all the money is. If Israel was broke, nobody would be talking about Israel. I think I've done yours before, Justin, but you are right in between. Yeah, I remember you. You're the Taurus Aries cusp. Three, 4, 7, 8. Let's see, 3 plus 4 is 7, 8, 17, 26, 30. Let's double check. 4 plus 9 is 13. Plus 9 is 22. 23, 27, 30. Your 3 life path, 3 energy, smack dab between Aries and Taurus. That creative energy of the 3 burns very slowly, like you're churning it and incarnating. Really patient incarnation of your creative essence. People would probably call you dark. Justin's a wood dog. There we go. People call you very dark, but that darkness isn't evil. It might make you fall into, like in your past, you might have thought that evil paired with dark tendencies, or like being like that sort of evil mindset stuff, like that egotistic stuff. But hopefully as you grew older, that shed away and you held that darkness still. That darkness is all the codes and foundation of your past lives and ancestry under the ground. That's what it is. That dark stoic Taurus vibe is actually a strong connection to everything your ancestors went through. What up, Lissa? This is Lego sets. Aries is a fire sign. with the crown chakra, and the fire is intrinsic. So the fire, it's purplish white energy. It's always kind of flowing inward to self, this fire that makes it, people do not like being around that energy because it feels like it burns away their stuff and pulls towards that person with it. And they often feel like those people are like a sense of entitlement and like whatever. And it's because Aries, and they also call them like manic psychos, but it's because Aries struggle with trying to align the world back to the level that they naturally operate at. So they're striving for power, or not really power, but so much as to outshine and like overachieve to be this thing, so that the world starts to treat them in a way. I'm going to show you that the reason that the deer were like not leaving as much is because their other deer is waiting for, he's looking both ways, waiting to cross the road. He's waiting for traffic to let up. So smack dab between Aries and Taurus means that you struggle with that impulsive, with the laziness and sensitivity of Taurus. Aries is Mars, it's aggressive, it's forward moving, it's always doing this, it's always doing that, it's always working towards something. Fast pace, like you have to do it, or you feel like crazy, like you're not doing enough. And Taurus is the exact opposite. It's once that burns out and you realize you don't need to fight for resources anymore, then you can slow burn, slow churn, grow with the plants, that freshness and sensitivity, the Venus energy. You might have struggled with weed until you learned that you naturally had the feeling that weed gave you, but you didn't feel like you had the confidence to hold that energy. So you would escape into a drug to give you the validation. Earth signs tend to smoke weed to feel what they already have, whereas other signs smoke weed for different reasons. You're a 3 life path, born on the 3rd. It's evident whatever you're doing in your life revolves around your creative expression. The struggle comes with how quickly you do it, and can you do it with consistency. You either have the perfect balance of functioning to be able to meticulously grow over consistency with your creative endeavors. People would say you're this immature aspect to it, this impulsive immaturity, this lighthearted impulsive immaturity with your creativity, but that's because you have a childish nature where you kind of light up the room in a way that people see you as somebody that's fun and funny. I would say that your favorite colors are probably a light green and probably a dark red. Like black, just enough to get, if you did like a color slider with red and then you went just before black, that mixed with like a lighthearted green. You might drive a green car and wear a red coat or something. The thing with 3s is that they also become very family oriented. They become like the of the family. You are the guy that they saw as like the precious little one. Even if you're the older brother and the younger brother had to deal with the responsibilities, but you probably strove to handle those responsibilities at an early age. But loyalty is huge for you. Like you tend to often care about others and want to better them more than they appreciate and more than they realize. Dogs usually show up with other dogs. A lot of dogs are twins. Like they have another dog with them. But it's all about the pack. It's all about the family. If you don't have a family or only child, you strive to make your environment, your workplace, your life, you strive to bring that towards a sense of familial bond. But you would be, there's also a strong yellow, like golden yellow there, bright yellow, because that helps you keep things lighthearted. just depending on which way you're leaning with the Aries and Taurus, is how Taurus is about incarnating. It's about bringing the universe into like a very sweet little seed that grows, and that's their creative expression, is that they slowly grow their art until it fruits at the right time. People call them lazy, stubborn, like they can't listen. Like, definitely you're very stubborn. Aries and Taurus are the most stubborn, headstrong signs. It's hard to get things through to you. It's hard for you to see how people see you. Like accurate social awareness, because you have a strong set on reality. Which could have made you ostracized, but I don't think it did because of the wood dog. I think that even though you had that, you still had the ability to be in the group. I know this sounds like a simple reach, but it really is. If you're taking it too far, take it slow. If you're taking it too slow, take it far. With those middle ground energies where you're pulling from both, it's one of those things where you have to learn balance. Because I talk about, usually there's a strong contrast, but you don't have a strong contrast that's as obvious as everybody else's, but you happen to be smack dab in the middle of two really contrasting signs. So in this life, we grow from conflict. So most people have that conflict in their stuff. So you can see exactly what their life is continuously, from a bird's eye view, what they're continuously growing from, what inner conflict they're struggling with. Like mine is stagnation versus momentum. Mine is that I only thrive if I'm completely unmoving, or if I'm going on an adventure. And then the Saturn and Taurus just makes it so that interaction between the two is karmic and traumatizing, and usually attacking my physical. Where on my journeys between moving and stopping, it's like a gauntlet. For you though, I would say it's a steady ascent, depending on the house that it's in. If you have a strong 10th house placement, like in your moon or sun, it would be an ascent to a public figure role. It is that it's about growth. I'm trying to make sure I'm saying it the right way. Patience. Do you know what Justin and Thibault both mean? Demon Hunter, do you mind looking up the meaning for both the names, Justin and Thibault together? Because I know a lot of people with Thibault in my life. I know it's French. And Justin is one of those names. You probably have an Aquarius place. And Justin usually has air sign placements, from what I see. Justin's an air sign name because of that J. It's about a small soldier in French. Small soldier to me just means that patient from Taurus. The thing I would say, if you're living in the Taurus vibes where it's sweet, sentimental, and slow churning, just get back into that routine. And if you're living in the psychotic momentum with the Aries, that psychotic self-expression, to try to hold that higher crown chakra vibration. It does mean you have I know it sounds like a reach. You either have a really skinny, tall head, or you got blocky head with the shoulders. Strong, it means that your neck and shoulders are gonna like protrude a bit more than the rest of your body, in a way, and you strive for elegance. You strive for luxury. Like the clothes you wear and the car you drive matters to you more than others. If you're in a company, the coat that you wear and the logo on the coat means more to you than your coworkers, because you want to be a part of something bigger than yourself. You want to be a part of a team. And you want to feel like you're in a battle. That sentimental side with the war, I would say with the threes, I think you see it more as taking care of your family than you do taking care of the world. I think that you probably don't really care about people other than the ones that you've built strong bonds with. Depending on your childhood is how you bond. Like how do you if you throw yourself at people or if you don't throw yourself at people. If you throw yourself into like codependent relationships, if you don't. Really depends on your Venus and your childhood. Usually like your mom and dad's signs is how it affects your relationships. What their sun sign was is what influenced you. This is true for psychology, but it's also true for the thematic style and the orchestration of your life with the astrology and numerology. You're a Cancer Fire Axe 3 life path. Just tell Casey when he's ready for you. And bald, bold, or brave. Name Justin from Latin origin: just, upright, and righteous. The bald is one of French origin, rifle, which is composed of Theobald. Just, upright, and brave. I'd only say that for Sagittarius and Aries. For that meaning, I'd only out of the I don't want to say I don't want you to make it. I don't want to make you think it's a reach, but Justin is the name I'd only give to Aquarius, Sagittarius, and Aries, because those are the only signs I feel have that. 225, not bad by 10. It's scary. You got a big neck, head, and shoulders. You definitely love fighting. You're a competitive guy. You try to outperform, but you don't outperform in a way where you're trying to defeat the people around you. It's a healthy competition. And the Taurus helps you intrinsically with your growth. I would just say, if you haven't already, spend a lot of time not thinking and observing the people around you, because it seems really evident that you hold a strong frame. You hold a strong, like you're constantly creating, you're a creative person, and your life revolves around your ability to create. I'm hearing the word strong arm the competition. But when you learn to let that dissolve and then recreate it, then dissolve it and recreate it in different ways, you can find a middle ground which allows you to have more empathy for the people you meet in your day-to-day and actually really see where they're coming from then once you've learned that, you come back to that stoic frame, that strong frame. But you'll have the perspective, empathy, and wisdom to be able to actually use that instead of a defense mechanism as a way to be more reliable to others and be someone that people can rely on. I'd really just say your life is a stark contrast between that self-righteousness and the laziness, which is relatable. You're someone that I would trust that could make functioning businesses like that. At a drop of a hat, you could create a really functioning business and you could just start one up and grow it and it works fine. Which is not the case for everybody. With the fire sign and the 3, it means if you don't have it means you're going to drive yourself crazy if you don't have a creative outlet. You'll consistently go crazy and you'll find forms of escapism to hide from your calling to create things. You need to have some form of creative outlet. Or you need to exhaust yourself in your job so that you leave your job feeling drained, so that you can go at it again the next day. When you bottle up the fire's passion and creativity, so you slow burn into an explosion. You incarnate enough and then you explode. And if you don't have a creative outlet, it usually ends up as manic psychosis. It's hard to get the information from your energy specifically, just because I see that it's stern. It's stuck. It's stagnant energy. You don't have a lot of chaotic information and emotions flowing around that's easy to pull from. I can see that you do some type of substance, and that's sort of brimming from the side of your heart space here, and it incarnates as that lime green gold, not gold, but not like with gold elements. I mean like this yellowish lime green thing. A bit darker than the Virgo I saw the other day. And that comes out of the left side of your heart. But in general, the way you hold your frame and the way you fold your body, it's stern. I just see like a living statue in darkness. So I think you need to understand that what you feel as depression is actually a strong connection to your past lives and ancestors. You see that darkness as depressing, and people think that it's depressing, but it's not. And I can see how it can be hard to alchemize because of that it's very stagnant energy. But the point is, with that strong connection, is that's the value. Like when a plant grows from the ground, it all depends on what's under the soil. So what you have is the potential to access very specific to your ancestry and your life and your past lives. That's the essence that makes up that soil. When you can learn to pull from it and acknowledge that it exists, that's where your creativity will be growing from. And then just learning how to find the perfect balance between self and patience to let it grow the right way, where you can actually caretake the things that you're creating, but you have to be creating something. I know that you get inspired all the time. It's just like popping out of you, these creative ideas. You're always thinking, you're always brimming with this childlike creativity, and it's looking for a place to grow. Like it's looking for you to actually help it grow, because the things you create don't reach the soil. You're trying to grow it like in the air. When you grow it from the soil, You know, when you hold the past life ancient wisdom that it seems like you'll have these past lives and ancestry connection. When you incorporate that, what feels like darkness but isn't evil, that information will be present in what you create. And then over the course of your life, having a Taurus 3 life path means that whatever you're creating is going to be slowly grown for your whole life. It seems like you're going to I would say, if I didn't know anything about you, I would say that you had this position that made it easier and was comfortable so that you could devote your life to slowly creating this legacy based off of the knowledge and essence of your ancestors in past lives. I'm hoping that it's in the second. I'm hoping you have second house placements, because that would really fit this, to make it less more about a plant and more like a garden where it's many, many different things growing. But just off the rip, it's about growth. And it's very leading by example. It's very self-oriented. But you do it for the people that you care about and the people that you love, that you feel like you have a strong bond with. You're a very supportive person. Often to your detriment if you can't find a dog as a partner. Either get a dog. I would get a dog for room. But also find a partner who is also a dog. Even if that's like a business partner or a friend, somebody that you talk to on a regular basis, that's a dog as well. And you'll find that that's the way you both grow at the same time is crazy. It's like when you put dogs together, literally the sign, the loyalty that they have with each other and the camaraderie that builds really exponentially throws them out of the way, or throws them up, like, in growth. Whereas, like, cats don't really get along with anybody. Roosters don't get along with anybody. Pigs tend to not get along with anybody. Horses do get along with people. But horses are like dogs kind of bond with a lot of people. Horse energies tend to... Horses are like the dogs, but they're more stern and more forward moving. So horses tend to only have those brotherhoods for short times, because they're off on their own thing, and then people go beside them with them for a short period, and then they either get left behind or take off. But if dogs can find their community, that loyal brotherhood, and they have to live in purpose. Do you feel like you have a mission? What is this thing you're creating? What's this dream of yours that you're creating, man? The slow turn into the explosion of the creativity. It could be a lot of different things, and it could be sequential, but the overarching thing is one main, I would say it's one main thing. If you were like a 311, I would say that thing would be huge and affecting the whole world. I don't think it's a book. I want to say it's a property. Like, I see you sculpting. Like, the archetype that Spirit's giving me is a statue that's being formed slowly over time. It's a statue. You're doing something with your statue. Whether that's building yourself, or you're building some form of artistry that expresses yourself, like you're creating your character. I'm seeing the slow sculpting of a statue. You feel your mission is to help people like me? Let's go back and see what he said. Casey is God. I love Casey. Yes, I exhaust myself every day. You are God. Psychosis is real. Wow, thank you, Casey. French is evil. My girl left me, bro, but I love everyone. You are the one. I feel my mission is to help people like you, people who don't want to. You're an artist. Your purpose is to slowly sculpt yourself into what you feel is perfect. And that's really cool because that is what gets put in places where people appreciate it. You don't see statues in somebody's basement. You see statues in a park, standing there for hundreds of years. That statue could also be, you said your mission is to help you. That statue is legacy. That statue's legacy. Something you're going to do in your life will be acknowledged for a long time. Look how long these statues in like Rome are around. You're here to make an impact creatively, and you're here to do it once you learn the balance between the righteous psychosis and you're doing, and then learning how to do that, and like going off on the deep end that way, and then learning how to be lazy and take care of yourself and slowly incarnate into that, then you'll find how you can start to do it quicker. That Taurus energy with the slow incarnation and the Aries energy of the righteous competition, fighting all over. When it gets to that balance and you can find the perfect in there, so you can go off when you feel like it and you can take off when you feel like it, but you're doing the slow consistent, that goes into your creativity to be able to channel the creativity like that. It's speeding up the Taurus's incarnation. So as long as you hold this, as long as you, I would say, go on the camping trips to gain the connection to the forest and gain the connection to your past lives and break free from the social conditioning so that you really get to know your true self. And when you get up every day and you get connection to the woods and you slowly incarnate your true self and growth, and then you can push yourself, mixing that with society. But you said you're a big guy that works out and stuff, so that social stuff will be easier. But the point is that when you get that connection to your true self and your past lives and that ancient wisdom and whatever's down there, that darkness, it will start to enhance and like beautify the statue that you've built yourself as, and that will make you very easily for the creative aspect to come through all the time, so that you can start to pump out creativity a lot easier. And it does seem like your creativity is either about self, like I might have seen you sculpting the statue that you're working on, or you were the actual statue. But it's a slow, methodical progress that's very rewarding. Because if you chip the statue, if you go too fast with it, you could ruin the whole thing. But also, it's made of rock. You can get rocks anywhere. You can make another one. You can do 4 statues. But your life purpose is to build something that lasts for a long time and is representative of your true self. You're putting yourself into whatever you're making, and that lasts for a long time. So I'd say take it slow and don't worry too much. And you know what? I would study sculptors. Like a lot of these famous sculptors have like books that they wrote about them, their process, and about how they view life. I would take some time to study some of those sculptors that did those really good, like those amazing works. I would even, if you said you're a multimillionaire, why not spend like a month, get a piece of marble and chip at it, man? Try it. Taking the first steps already with some suggestions. You lost your beautiful woman. Thank you, Casey. As soon as, like, breaking up with girls for me, bro, because I really loved him, and I still think about him every single day. I think about my exes every day. Sometimes like 10 or 12 times a day. I'm just like ruminating in the fact that this is what I missed out on, and I wish I had the right words to say, and should I reach out? And then I'm like, no. And then what would happen if they reached out? What would I do? And then I'm always like, same advice that I give everybody is that you can't bring somebody into your life until you're at a life independent where you don't need them, and then all of a sudden they're there. and they're usually not good for you when they show up. So learning how to not fall into the temptation first. I don't want to make you sad, but the thing that helps me get over my exes like that is when I think of they're getting fucked. All these beautiful women I dated, they haven't been single longer than a week in their whole life. They had a roster. Even while they were dating you, they had people that they were thinking about. Oh, if we break up, then it's this guy, then maybe the mailman. And then I hate them so much. I'm like, oh, fuck these lying bitches, man. And the cool thing is that, yeah, they're special. And there are some really special things about it. Like my ex that I missed, she could recite Kung Pao from memory. And she could just sit there and she was beautiful, Catholic, rode horses, championship equestrian and Western, English and Western, joined the military, combat medic. She saved people. She worked with autistic kids. Singing voice, we're the professional, famous singer that was our vocal coach. You couldn't tell the difference between them. There are special things about him, but that's just one person out of 4 billion people. And everybody's made completely individually. Everybody has really special things about them. And the way the world is right now, most guys are clinically insane. Most guys are they're dumb, they're extremely toxic. Like, girls have a really strong vetting process. Like, for dating in 2026, now there's going to be a financial aspect to it because it's Capricorn. But last year, all you had to do is not be creepy and you have a chance. Because most people are creepy. They're crazy and creepy. All you have to do is not be crazy and creepy. And my advice for guys is just to live a life where you're having fun independently. So it's easy for someone that doesn't have it all together to enjoy and get value from your life. Live a life that you can allow somebody else to join. Don't worry about putting yourself into somebody else's life or enmeshing your lives or any of that. Just live a life that's stable and you can have fun and you're doing things that are fun, and then just allow people into it for a short time. And you'll find that because the world is so crazy and everybody's crazy, most guys are cringe. Just being a chill dude that has a life where you can go on a hike and go on a canoe and go eat at a restaurant, that's enough for most beautiful women in this day and age. Just to not be creepy and not expect anything of them and just be chill and have fun. And that's like 90% of everything. The rest is just learning how not to project yourself over them and actually see them as existing, and that they have thoughts and feelings, emotions, and perspective, and they're living a whole life that's been completely different from yours. Most guys just completely project themselves over, and they don't even know who they're talking to. They're talking to the idea that they made up of the person sitting next to them. Which is why they say white guys can't find the clit, because they don't even know. It's right there. Somehow they can't find it. Because most of them are so stuck in their own shit. They have no idea what the other person next to them is feeling. So if you don't have a relationship and you're missing out on the ex, no, it's probably both your fault. Dwelling on it doesn't do anything. Usually as soon as you stop dwelling on it and you're living right, they come back. Every time I get a spiritual breakthrough and I have a gym membership and I'm going to the gym every day and I'm making a song that's perfect and I'm like on the mission with the ambition, they always hit me up. They know I'm moving out of where they thought I was. They just have a sixth sense and they come back and never get back with them. Until you've individuated so far beyond that, you're basically a completely different person. And then you see them for a weekend or even just a night, or you just hang out and have a conversation with them about your new life. And then it still would take a couple years, because then they have to go through all that shit that they're processing. And then it's like you're meeting the stranger again. But if the relationship didn't work, it usually never works. And it always just comes back as a test. And I'm like, don't let the person you're hung up on stop you from the person you're meant to be with. If it didn't work for a reason. You got something else coming. You just got to be ready for it. You got something else coming. It's probably going to be way better, that you're going to appreciate way more. You might find your dog, man. Don't get hung up on this rooster because you got a dog coming, you know what I'm saying? This fighty, nitpicky, even though she was bad, when you've got a best friend that just loves to run through the woods with you coming. And it's just think about how exciting it's going to be when you get there. When you've got the skills and the stuff you're doing and your life is different and you're doing the sculpting and the painting and the I'm seeing you like the pottery clay in your yard or something, and then you go like on hikes and shit with your dog, your actual dog, and then you just meet another girl in the woods with the dog and you talk about the dogs and you play you're like, we should socialize the dogs more sometime, and then bam, it's like you're like, I didn't even know someone could see me the way that she sees me, like for me. And yeah, it sucks, but it's fair. I don't like that. It's weird, man. From what I've seen from girls, they love people who are really successful, and then they love dirty bums with nothing. Just like decent, put together guys that do whatever. Doesn't do much for him. But what's cool is that because the poverty value is lowering so much, decent, hardworking people are actually somebody's chasing their dog. I thought it was a deer. Decent, hardworking people is yeah, definitely keep her blocked. You have to do no contact. And Demon Hunter is so cool when they're not. You love her, you had to block. You had to block her. At the end of the relationship, the idea of you was so incongruent in her mind that it's... And if you broke up, it was probably a decision that was made months before, unless she moved away. Like, if she, like, went to college or something. But if it was just, like, you disagreed and stuff, and you were probably with her for a while. You were, like, best friends. I get it. I was in the same boat. You're a dog that lost his companion, man. The checklist I have is working out every day, building yourself every day, spending a lot of time alone, getting to know yourself and giving yourself the love you deserve, learning yourself and what you feel about reality and life without any outside perspective, supplement use, rest, prioritizing rest, having the creative outlet, and having this ambition for life and your dreams. And then those people naturally flock towards you. People throw themselves at you because most people aren't as ambitious or hardworking as you could be. So they try to latch on and ride the wave with you, which can be draining, but it is true that when you get under somebody else, you get over the other person. And it just depends. If she was toxic, once you give yourself that love you deserve and you become your own best friend, you realize a lot of ways that you both undervalued each other, and you realize that there was a lot of things wrong on both sides of the relationship, and that's why it didn't work out. And everyone I've ever met is always happy afterwards if they did those things. If they don't do those things, they dwell on the relationship for years. The girl always moves on several times, and then at that point, you grow to, even if you went back, you start to resent her for it. like the only way for a relationship to really work again is after a period of you both living fulfilling lives and then coming back as friends that know each other very well. And then you come back and it's a completely different relationship with completely different people. Restarting the relationship, even though in the movies you show up with the boombox and raining and she takes you back with the flowers. In reality, I think there's a subconscious resentment. I think there's a subconscious like judgment of that. I think that the rebound, like coming back together, there's no healthy way for it to get back together once it's over. Because even if she saw you successful and she's like, I want to get back, he's successful, he's doing good for himself, oh my God, that's gold digger energy, man. That's not you, that's the life that you've become, that's the character you've become. Yeah, you might have been learning sculpting and you weren't that great at it, chiseling at the statue. You're doing it wrong, so she left. But then when you start mastering it and you're selling these statues and like people like your stuff, and then she comes back, they're like, damn, you weren't down with me. But also like, yeah, maybe you had a problem that was keeping you from sculpting well. No matter, after a breakup, the only acceptable thing to do is to take care of yourself and work on yourself every day and learn how to be happy without her. And that's slow and it's terrible. It took me, I mean, I still do it. But now I'm at a point where I'm not obsessing and feeling like she's still attached to me and like yearning for the connection again. Like the soul tie is slowly breaking. It's probably broken. And I'm not happy with the person she's become. And I couldn't be with her because of the person she was. Not the horse girl, but the girl after that I said was my best friend. Like no matter how much we were best friends, and she really knew me for me, and she did appreciate me, and she did love me, she was also a scheming narcissist behind my back, and she was always in entanglements in love stories with other guys on her phone. She was always looking for something else, just to realize that it sucked and came back. She still was like a whiny brat in a lot of ways. She's at a point now where I talk to her and she got the timeline all wrong to justify her actions. She like half revealed all the guys that she was seeing, but she made it my fault by saying I did certain things. And the actions that she did happened months before the things that she said was the catalyst for those actions. She completely flipped the timeline, talking to her therapist, ruminating about it probably, and somehow completely reworked the entire thing to justify whatever she's using to justify the past. Like she's completely made up something about the past and she's wonked the whole timeline. And she's added some things that didn't happen. Soul tie is real. She had a sister that fucked you? That's fucked up. Yeah, would you rather be at war with yourself and at peace with the world, or at peace with yourself and at war with the world? Soul ties go away when you learn to... It's not extricate. It's not extrapolate. I don't know the right word. But when you can take yourself out of the relationship and make it more intrinsically focused and focus on yourself, bro. Once you can focus on yourself, bro, and then your habit of entangling back with her when it goes back to loving yourself and giving yourself the love you deserve, the loving care you deserve. When that becomes your primary focus and habit of healing and loving the moment and loving yourself and progress every day and feeling better, like affirmations about yourself and stuff, talking kindly about yourself and acknowledging the faults that you had in the relationship and focusing on yourself, that pulls it away from that entanglement, and then it gives you the potential and ability to think about other things and use your creative essence for other better things. And then in that channeling, it's like an addiction. You're addicted to each other. In that, when you get away from that addiction, you get to the point where you realize you were creating the thing you were attached to in your mind, and then you gain control of that thing you created with her, and then you realize that was all you the whole time, and then it dissipates back into your energy again. So then you're back here, and then you're at the point where you're able for another relationship. No matter what happens, you got to work on yourself and take care of yourself. It's the only way out. It's the only way out. And like, be honest, you think she's thinking about you? It sucks, but girls move on like that. Girls worry about social stuff more than guys do. They think about social stuff more than guys do. And they think about that stuff very quickly. And if she's a beautiful woman, she's getting tons of people talking to her all the time. She literally doesn't even have the time to focus on you or to think about you. It usually happens in like the small doldrum between that, like all this information that they process. All these different people in their lives and stories that they feel with vivid emotion. In that, there's a slow churn. And the best thing for that, like the manipulating your ex back into your life thing, that you have to not care completely. And then in that not caring, then she feels obligated and a pull to come back. But if she knows you care, they have, and Linda here can, the girls in the chat can tell you, they have a very long list of like the top guy to the bottom guy. And the people that care about her and think about her and want her attention, and you're now put into that group. Even if you are up here, as soon as she thinks that you care about her, you're in that group with all the other suitors that care about her. Because now you're now one of the options that she has. So when you stop caring, you're forced out of that. You can't care about him. Bro, hit the gym and you get girls, is that easy? We're talking about after you break up, though. We're talking about after you break up and the residual stuff with like missing them and still being attached to them, and the heartbreak that it's over, and like, what do you do now? And it can be as simple as sleeping with somebody else, but in most cases, for guys, it's really fleeting. Then you end up having to consistently keep a roster until you process and get over it. But I find that if you're looking for a life partner because you love people and you want to love, you have to go through the self incarnate journey. You have to go through the self-care and learning yourself, and you have to build back your independent reality and get back into living a life independent of others, where you don't need people in that way, so that you're actually there and present and able to have the person that the universe does send to you. When you get the person, and then there is also a flip in the relationship when you become self-centered, I guess, but in a healthy way, that does create a magnetic pull consciously that does bring the exes back into your life when they see that you've improved past. Like, girls hate when you get to a point better than you were prior, because now you feel like you're better than them. Exes hate to see, like, narcissistic exes hate to see their exes winning, and they feel called to come back. But sometimes she'll also know she's stuck with herself, just like guys do. I'm 25 and single. I'm so happy. You're no tension. Good for you, man. It's not a Disney movie, we find out. Yeah, but from what I've seen, unless you have it's usually when the girl has a kid. In New England, like in Vermont, there is that where men and women are just normal people and they both go through the same thing. There is a good sense of like normalcy and intelligence and like good social stuff because they in Vermont there's not a lot of people and you spend a lot of time with yourself. So there's a good chance that most people like in Vermont at least are not crazy in that way. Like they have self-awareness. But in most other places I've been to in the country, just the amount of people and the lack of education, that self-awareness journey doesn't happen until they have kids. And that's like, I don't think MAGA, red pill, and all that bullshit is real, but it's real in the cities because cities are so condensed and taken away from nature that that's true. MAGA and all this other stuff, or not make it not MAGA, men going MGTOW, red pillar stuff. You don't find that as much in smaller social groups, but in large groups like cities and stuff. And foundationally, it is still present out here, but here there's a greater chance of people being more normal. But yeah, there is like men did become too docile, and now we have men that are way too dominant, and both sides are not good at all. I think people aren't suffering enough. I think the world needs to go on their homeless journey. Like, we do need to reset. We have too much stuff to distract us from being just a normal person. Where I'm seen as crazy for being normal. Isn't that crazy? Like, I just use my mind and I haven't stopped. I just go through life and I experience it and I build on it. And that's the most crazy thing about me. Is that most people give up and settle. And then they fall into whatever society's kind of deeming them to do. Most people don't swim away from the what's it called? That scene in Finding Nemo. Is it Finding Nemo? Where the guy's like, what's outside the swarm? Most people just run with the herd of lemmings off the cliff. They don't take time to like run around and talk to the other lemmings, I guess. Or there's just not, everybody's so focused on the forward movement of it all, and they're all telling each other what to do. There's not a lot of time for people to sit by themselves anymore because they have to work to get rent, to get homes, and so they fall into marriage. Even with people that they're not happy with, they get married because they just don't have time to do the dating thing anymore because they're not kids. I'm like, you don't even know, you could love a person from Barbados. Your soulmate might be in Barbados and you never know because you think you have to buy a home. She's an old folks nurse. How did the relationship end, if you don't mind? Oh yeah, you fucked her sister. You fucked her sister, bro. That's a move on scenario, bro. You live in a town with 25,000 people. That's not that big. Is it 250,000 or 25? It's in Canada? Are you like Ottawa area? Like around Toronto? Is that where it is? Are you Alberta, Vancouver? Are you like the east side, west side, mid? Because those people, they're very different. Summerside, I don't know where that is. There's so two-speak situations and people where it feels like oxygen. I don't know what that means either. Somebody did ask for a reading. Demon Hunter, if you're here, do you mind just putting numerology, astrology, life path readings, case in my cash tag? And what time is it? It's 9. We'll go for a couple more hours. You have Down syndrome, and my parents one day opened the car doorway out in the wilderness and just be free, and I've been living in the forest ever since. I believe you, bro. Just about, let's see what you look like, man. Yeah, you got muscle, bro. It's hard. I have no advice for normal, healthy people. I have no advice for what to do when you're a normal, successful person and how to get back into the social game that way. Where you're like, go to coffee shops, go play a sport, go play basketball with people, go play lacrosse or rugby, go to rodeos with your friends. That's a whole different ballpark of potential partners that I have no idea how to manage because I've been a crazy, isolated person my whole life. I don't know how normal people do that. To me, it seems like normal people get in they get in contracts. Like relationships for them, it seems like business. When normal, healthy people talk and they flirt and all this, it looks like they're doing business contracts with their intentions because they're put together. But I know another one of my ex's foster parents was a very successful business owner, very attractive, in her like 30s or 40s, maybe probably 40s. She had a kid that had already graduated and took on my ex to take care of. And she was just like random guy at the ice cream shop, talked to her. They had a nice conversation, and then they met up that night. And I was hooking up with my ex, and then she was hooking up with the guy in the other room next to us. Adult dating when you're successful seems pretty easy. As long as you've got your shit together. Yeah, just learning how to have fun and not dramatize everything. That's what I give to adults that are successful. And definitely live your life off your phone. Only post your like achievements or fun stuff. Never worry about likes. Never worry about what people are doing on there. Don't respond, like if you respond to comments, don't make it about your ego. Your social media is just showing that you have a life and are having fun, and you focus primarily on your life and having fun. And it's not about social media, but occasionally you just show that you're living a life and having fun, and you just post it on your social media so that you build your social media based off of your life and having fun. And then from there, maybe you have a separate art account, but I wouldn't do it till you have mastery over the art. Like until you're proud of your stuff. Don't let social validation, all that stuff interfere with it, especially as a Taurus, because you're going to want to with the Aries. Social media would be important to you with the Aries energy. Don't worry about it. And then I'm a homeless schizo with brain damage. But people recorded me singing happy birthday to me with a candle, and I posted it on my Facebook. Beautiful girls I didn't even know were on my Facebook that I had known from my childhood that hadn't spoken to me because I was a homeless schizo or whatever. But they see that I have a social thing and I'm socially accepted. They started liking my posts, hearting, wishing me a happy birthday, looking at my story. And I'm the homeless schizo with brain damage. And all I had to do was show that that other people see me as socially acceptable. And I had options immediately. But I definitely I'm not in a position to reach out to them. And most guys don't get that. Most guys they think that they're posting and it's cool, but other people see them as crazy schizo narcissists. I don't. What up, Sendo? People think I lie when I say the truth that I don't have Instagram. How old are you, Linda? I sent you a drawing on Discord. I did see it. I just haven't had time to check. The one time I sat down to check my Discord, 3 cops showed up. Which is why I went live today. Linda's 39. You gotta be a bad bitch if people are like, why don't you have Instagram? You must be attractive. Because they assume that you're doing the social stuff. Because I'm like, what? You would have been... I mean, you would have been 28 when Instagram came out, I think. Instagram really got popular in like 2015, 11 years ago. Yeah, I know you have it rough and don't always have time. Just checking because I don't know how to use it. All right. I want to show you just the art style for it. And I think that, it was one of the videos you posted, not the portrait of me, but the one you posted that seems like, I like the way you had you did the lines, the outlines of the people. I like the way you used the lines, if that makes sense. I know that's like pretty simple for drawing, but it's almost like that. A bit more serious to it, but then the color scheme and the way the environment is make it more cartoony. Like Avatar: The Last Airbender, but just a tiny bit more lighthearted, if that makes sense. Not like that new Avatar, the third one where it's like the Indian girl, I think she's Indian. Not like that. Like right in the balance between Korra and that cartoony thing is where I'm trying to make the style. But if you want to like look at like the way that they drew Appa and like the seriousness of it with the cartoony thing, and then make like a big black cat, but it has like dragon wings, that'd be pretty cool. I'm also trying to do like it looks like just like a typical like 22-year-old girl, or maybe 20-year-old girl, but half the side of her face has like the scaly horn that goes up with like this purplish hue, and she's very skinny, but a large, sort of a bigger head. Whatever you can decide. I like the way you did the other stuff on your channel. I think once you see the environment, you'll be able to see. It's like if Avatar: The Last Airbender met right in the middle with like Howl's Moving Castle. Right in that middle ground right there between both of those. Where it feels like warm and lighthearted to it, but the lines are more serious, but the colors are very bright. That's what I'm trying to do. And then it's just, I'll send you a picture of the cabin, and then it would be just a picture of the cabin but without the trees and the same hillside a bit further away. And then instead of the cabin where the doors and windows are, it's just a stone, cobblestone, Irish looking keep, but not big, like 20 foot by 40 foot, but it has like a little tower that goes up with the crenellations. And then it's just this beautiful like mountainy hillside in the mountains. And then in there's like a garden there, and then you go through trails to different gardens. hopefully I want to do like, if I can get a good enough computer, I'd do it all in Unreal Engine so that you can travel through it. Because there'll be a pit with this polar bear lion, but it's more like like the dark brown of the lion size of the polar bear, but with like the polar bear body. But it's like a polar bear with like a mane, I guess, like it comes down, but more like kind of like a lion face. It's got a lion tail, and it's just running in circles, screaming at nothing, like feral and angry with like a protruding forehead, like crazy eyes, like yelling at nothing. And it's protected by like this ethereal dome, like this. It looks almost translucent, but with like the shimmer. Like if you had like a slider bar where the artwork looks completely realistic drawings, and then you had completely cartoony like Teen Titans, it would be like 84%, like 81% towards the Teen Titans. Real life with just a little bit of the cartoony in the style. I had my car here idling for an hour. The mile odometer just went up idling here. Yeah. Bittersweet. Think like water cat. It's water cat energy. Spring, summer, and into like fall, water cat energy. And then just after Leo season, it gets into that dark blackness. Like think of I Remember Everything by Zach Bryan. What's that song by Central C and Doja Cat? Very intelligent, sophisticated seriousness with the playful energy. And even though the trees and the birds and the animals are very playful and energetic, the seriousness of the story and the situation inside that harmonized with it. Because it's about a war. It's about a strong leader who failed and gave up on life, and now is just managing his family that have all been contorted by a disease spiritually, and he's just lays there and just manages and doesn't go anywhere and just kind of sits there in failure that he once had the chance to do this great thing, but it didn't work out. And then a boy gets lost because an ancient Celtic god brings him from his world into this one, and the kid gets plopped right in the garden in the dome, and the depressed failed king is sitting there smoking on the rolled tobacco pipe, is just laying back listening to the bear roar, and the tree, like the tree that is overgrown, that's coming from the small building. This, you can't really see the tree, but you can see the roots are growing, and you hear it go ah, ah, and then the roots kind of light on fire for a second and grow a little bit, and then the forest pushes back against it. Then you can hear like crying at the top of this, in this A-frame cabin. You can hear like sobbing, and the A-frame cabin is just held up by like barely by these stones that are all falling apart, and it's floating there, almost floating. And you just hear like the suffering and struggling, and he's just there, still kind of keeping a light heart, puffs it, blows a little fireball that hits a leaf, and the leaf falls, and the burning on the edges of the leaf form into a shape of a green heart, and then the camera pans up and down this sort of winding, like that, curving stone steps to the bottom of the hill. A few steps up is the little boy looking up, lost and scared. He goes, "What are you doing here?" And then he has to leave. He has to take the kid and leave to find the people that can help the kid. And the world is against him. The world sees him as an enemy. The world wants the power that he and the people protected in that dome have. They've been looking for him for a long time, and they couldn't find him. So he's like, when he leaves the dome, now his hair's matted and he looks crazy. Instead of being like chill, his kind of shoulders tense, and he's like on the mission trying to get through while the people in the village, which is like a brick kind of New England colonial-esque Vermont village, but there's no cars. It's still like horse and carriages, even though the people look kind of modernized. And you see like they're all judging him and like talking, gossiping about him as he goes through and gets into like the tavern, where my little brother's character, John Michael, is the blacksmith, and he's also the cook at the place, so he's working in the garage. And then we walk past him to go talk to Roger, who is like working as like the manager at the restaurant adjacent. And Roger gets you in touch with where exactly to go, and then they have to get back through the little village, and the people have all played telephone and are trying to get him. And then he has to, in the back of this carriage, they had paid like a little bit of money to get into the carriage to get them to the, like, a couple days journey away you have to get through the mountains and to the other side. And then the people ride up on the horses, and they're coming to get Casey. And then, but they don't know him because he let his hair grow. He doesn't look like the elegant king anymore in the battle that he lost. They just see like a homeless guy in the back with like the matted hair, and they're like, does that look like Casey to you? But the kid is hiding in like a hay bale, so they don't see the kid. Then they get out of there. And the lighthearted jokes and the stuff that you'd see in Avatar, I wanted to have those lighthearted jokes, but I want the seriousness of the situation to bring to light that those jokes are the people faking and they've settled. So it would be funny to watch, but it's also sad to watch. It's a story about perseverance and loss and grief. And it doesn't have it has a bittersweet ending, where the kid does make it back, but Casey dies. In the final battle, where they finally, the guy that they go to see to kind of, the guy that does the magic that can figure out exactly how to get him back, still is covetous in trying to get Casey's power. So he's able, in this like gauntlet that they go through in the dark waters of the 8th house, or I think it's 4th house, when they go through Cancer season, when they're in the dark waters, in that accidentally the Oracle was able to see through their memories to find the way back. So he alerts the enemy that, you find out that Nate was the Turncloak the whole time. He was working with him the whole time. He was the Viking. He was a Viking. And they didn't realize. So then he shows up with he has a tank that he's sitting on with the armies, and they show up back at the dome, and eventually they break through. And I'm not going to tell you how the dome is there, why the dome is there, but it's actually really sad, and it's amazing. Like, it makes me cry when I think about it. But eventually the dome comes down, and it's like, Casey you figure out why they want Casey's power so much. He doesn't want to do it. The kids are hiding in the basement, trying to keep this candle lit, this ding fire candle, so that, and they don't know why they have to keep it lit and protect it while Casey's in battle. But then he just like, he looks like they're breaking into the basement. They're like, Vikings are pulling apart the stones to get in and kill the kids that Casey and Connor, the kid, had rescued on the way from whatever situations they were in. They eventually get the kids are there hiding, and the Vikings are about to break in and do horrible things to him. And you can see, like, there's a scene where like Connor's looking through the stone all the way across through the garden now that it's burning, and all the creatures are loose and killing all the Vikings and everything. The creatures got out when the dome went down, and you can see like through the tree line Casey looking back at Connor, and he's like, I'm sorry. And then he just holds his hand out, and then in an instant, right when the Vikings are about to, like when my dad put the hammer to my head when I was 14, the Vikings are about to swing it right at Angie, who's like a little redheaded girl, her head. And then they just fall in a pool of flesh. And then their life force essence that was holding them together, like the literal, like, the quantum particles that are keeping all of them together, just zip into darkness in a ball in Casey's hand, and then it slowly wraps around his arm, around his back, as he's draining more of the life from everything, the trees, the roots, the birds. He kills the birds and the animals that you saw in the intro, like the deer that were there that like come out when he's talking to the kid, and the deer like poke their head out. The deer that are running, as they're running, accidentally eviscerate, and they're now just like in a pool of like raw dark ether that go around him, and he grows into this giant shadow monster, and then he just takes out everything. Like just in the whole thing seems lighthearted through the whole way, with like a couple instances of like scary like violence, but at the end it's just disgusting gore, like horrific stuff. Like the shadow like going into the person's leg as he's like growing into like this darkness. The darkness like grows into one of the Vikings that tries to run, and it wraps around his leg and gets into him, and then just grows out of his eyes, and then just slowly like you see his skin turn inside out and just like undulate into the darkness as it grows more and it gets bigger. And then when the people are running and everything's defeated and they're like fleeing from him, something happens with the fire. I don't know if Connor puts it out or if something happens, or if like right before Nate's about to die, he does one last spell or something and he sees the fire through the window and just whoosh, it knocks the fire out, and then Casey dies. And the whole point was like trying to find this perfect way to get Connor back home safe. And then Connor is just running through the darkness crying, the same way that in the intro when he's running away from his abusive father from the McDonald's parking lot into the woods, his abusive stepfather, the same way he's crying in the intro, he's crying in the outro, and he's just running back through the woods alone like he was at the start. And then the ancient Celtic god just whips the portal back open and throws him back through. So the whole thing was for nothing. Seemingly. But all the stuff and character development and the relationships and everything that happened there, that's what mattered. The whole point of the journey didn't matter at all, because God could just whoop, and he's back. And then season 2 is that dragon girl that's in one of the domes that can't let go of this feeling of shame that turns into anger, that she's a monster, and then the monster grows from her. That ego gets out of control. That Aries overachieving gets out of control. And that's why she has to be kept, because when Casey opens the thing to give her mom, who's in there trying to clean up after her when she goes on the craziness, her mom trying to clean up the mess, who's also just as fucked up as she is, like they both turn into the dragon, but the mom is sneaky about it and trying to like sort of like, it's not shit talk, but like gas you up, I guess. Butt kiss. She's trying to butt kiss Casey into letting them out. And Connor like says like, why is she in there? And you're like, she's just as bad. She's just sneaky about it. She's waiting for the right moment to change, but actually she's mastered it. She likes it. The other one can't control it. The dome is not, it's like, the dome isn't for Ariana, the dome is for Melissa, her mom. Melissa needs to be kept at bay. Ariana's just there till she figures the shit out. I can save Ariana, I can't save her. So you don't know until the end of the season when the dome gets let loose, because Ariana goes running, and then Melissa smiles, and then turns into this disgusting dragon monster with the horns that runs out. But where Ariana's is more stagnant and like scaly, her form is more like more like a vacuum octopus thing that just kind of sucks the life out of things, but it's more like control. Like a parasite. Like as soon as she's out, she like starts to infest things. you have any opinions on the Nuremberg trials? I don't know what that is. But when Ariana gets out, when she becomes more of the dragon creature, the dragon ram, the Ares dragon, she's like hunting the wild animals, and when she spits a fireball, it accidentally lights the candle in Casey's back up. And then season 2, because season 1 is Wildfire Connor, and then season 2 is Wildfire, and it's gonna be instead of Water Cat, it's gonna be the Wood Dragon years, I think. And then season 3 will be Wildfire Casey, and it's Fire Horse energy. It's like big castles and governments and big deal stuff. But season 2 is more about recovering from loss without the perseverance, and more about slow growth after all that stuff happens. And I don't know if I want to bring Connor into season 2 and 3, or if that's just his story, where he runs away, finds out the world is terrible, gets more traumatized, and then comes back home able to manage his abusive family and not let it affect him. But I will say that the ending to Connor is that when he's back in the car with his stepfather, and even though months had passed there, in the real world it was only it was the night. So in the morning, he comes out of the woods in the morning when he ran away at night. And his parents are there with the cops, and they get in the car, and the dad's berating him, whatever, and the stepdad is berating him about shit, just talking, you fucking, and then he just slams on the radio, and it plays the outro to my song Park and Ride. At the park and ride. We're sitting down with Casey O'Brien after his hit single Park and Ride. Local Vermont resident devoted his life to art and perseverance under extreme circumstance, and he's here to tell his story. Casey, very quickly, do you have a message for the people at home? And you hear my voice go like, yeah. I really have been through a lot of stuff, and I don't know how I'm here. I'm grateful every day for it, and I'm blessed to be in this situation and to share what I've made from it. And my only real message for the people listening at home is that no matter how bad life gets, no matter what happens to you in life, if you feel like nobody understands you, if you feel like things are just way out of control and you don't know what to do, you're never alone. Even if I think just the last part is you're never alone. And I had it written down perfect in 2023, but it's just like, even when you're by yourself, when I was at my lowest, when you're at your lowest and the world is against you and you have nothing and nobody but yourself, I want to tell you, you're never alone. And that's because in the other world, when they're going through the mountains after the carriage on the way to find Nate, the Oracle, after the carriage gets raided and ransacked and they have to go back through the woods and Connor gets taken, in that reuniting, before he gets taken, where they're at like a campfire in the mountains, and maybe the campfire will alert the people to where they are, and he gets taken, before Connor gets taken by the colonizers and the Vikings. There's a scene in the woods. It's the middle of the night, so all the animals should be asleep, and they're just talking about life, and they're talking about struggles, and I'm just sharing my perspective on things. Casey's talking about people and the right way to live your life, and what it's like is kind of opens up more about his family, because they never really had a chance to talk about it. So it kind of talks more about like being an only child in an abusive family, and then he didn't really have any friends, and he didn't know what to do about anything. And then Casey's kind of sat back. He's got like I think I'll have like one of the plants, he pulls a leaf, and he's playing it like a bass on a stick, where he's like holding the stick here with the plant on it, and he's kind of holding it in his palm so that he can play 3 notes with it. He's just like sitting playing the one string on the one stick. And he goes, I want to show you something. He holds his hand up, and a black-capped chickadee lands on his hand, and he takes a little breadcrumb out of his pocket and feeds the chickadee, and then lets the chickadee looks at Connor, looks back at Kate, and then leaves. And you're like, you're never alone. This whole thing is alive. It has known you for so long. It's known you your whole life. No matter what happens, even if the world doesn't, and he says the thing, even if the world doesn't understand you, you're never alone. But it's not as a big speech as at the end of it. But then at the end of it, when Connor's driving through, or in the back seat, kind of looking out at the view, while his dad's like busy, and you hear Casey over the thing, when it goes, "You're never alone," then it fades to black, and then with fire and a big like guitar chord, like wildfire, and then in blue and white, Connor. In Wildfire, the font is like white, sort of almost white bubble letters, but more like a just not 3D, like 2D. And then inside that, the tree or the roots or something like, or thorns, or a mix of three, grow the border, and then the border sets on fire, so it flames out like the wildfire. And then Connor is more like official English looking letters, but still bubble letters, white with a blue border, bright blue. You should record and send in the Discord so you don't lose it. I've got it up here, I just don't have the right words. I used to have the right words, but I forgot. And I wrote that whole thing when my car had gotten stuck in the mud in a field. And then I had to stay there through winter because I couldn't get people to help get my car out. So I spent my birthday and Christmas in some field far away. And there was a schizophrenic man who was 30 named Vincent who would shoot a 22 at me, and he'd come out with a hatchet and say, "This is you," and he's slamming on the fucking tree outside, and I'm just standing there like, I don't even have service on my phone. There's literally nothing I can do here. So I just waited out, and then I tried to go talk to his manager, and his manager didn't care. He liked that the kid was like that. And I call him a kid because he acted like one, even though he was 30. And then somehow his hatchet and his 22 went missing from his tent one night while he was at work. Yeah. Or you could just play it back. It's 2 hours and 2 minutes. But I'll go really in depth on it because I'll be doing soon. Hopefully, if I get income, I can get a tablet. And then when I get a tablet, I can start to draw it and then throw it into AI to make it more of what I'd like it to be. And then if you want to have the final go ahead or like that as a reference, I totally let you do it. Just so I know I can get the colors right, because I don't know how to add an electromagnetic hue. I also have another show I can get into. I'll say it real quick because I say it every winter. I have the show I made called Tower Prep. Tower Prep is like high school. It's like high school vibes. It's about a kid reconnecting. Come on. It's about I think it's either a guy or a girl. The main character, it starts out with like the kids, it's like a big it looks like Roman architecture, but it's like a school, like a private boarding school. And the kids are starting their first day. So it's the typical scene in the high school where they're about to get into the entryway to the school. It's like in that walkway towards the big school with like the gardens. It's like very high class looking thing. It looks like a Roman building, like pillars and good architecture made of brick and stone, marble, but more gray than marble, more gray than white, and completely surrounded by dark, like big evergreen trees. So it really adds to the nestle. Okay, my Google Pay was declined, which is good. But for some reason, this is here now. Come on, man. Okay. So it's this like institution for kids. It's like a private wealthy school, and the kids are all in like the uniforms. Like the girls do have the typical, like you'd expect, like the skirts with like the quarter zip, and the guys have like the gray pants with the same color quarter zip as the school. Like they have uniforms, and it's a typical, like the main character, it's like a 3D view of the character, like looking just behind her head or his head. Probably it's gonna be a girl. And the people, you know, with the flyers that are handing out the flyers for like the different clubs you can join and the sororities and everything, and you're like, hi, and you have the interaction, and then you go in and you see the people in the hallway, you see the kids pushing, the bullies pushing the kid into the locker, like bullying him, whatever. Come on, man. And they're like, no, and the kid's like, stop. You go in and you have your first class, and they're teaching about, the first thing they talk about is quantum, is about the Higgs boson. The first lesson at the school, when she goes up and meets her roommate in the dorm room, and they talk about like the stuff, and that there's going to be a party tonight with all the freshmen are having a party on like the east wing, 3rd floor, and there's 4 floors in the school, plus the roof, maybe 5 floors in the roof. But on a higher floor over there on the left side of the building, there's going to be a party with the kids. Some of the kids you met are orchestrating the party. Then they go to the class and they talk about the Higgs boson and quantum mechanics a little bit, and they get into that and how that's going to be the primary foundation for the study of that semester, is getting into the inner workings of quantum mechanics. And they have the Higgs boson and how it works on the board. Everything, there's like the spitballs are like typical, you know, tropes for like being in the institution. And then fast forward, there's like recess, more character development, introducing a couple more kids. Like you're going to have Aaron, who's going to be tall and more stoic, but more friendly. He's going to be like he's a guy from my life, the autistic pickup artist, with his kind of assistant friend, Hunter. And I think I'm going to have my cousin Jesse in there as the artist, and a couple other kids as the main characters. And then typical, just call it like going to this institution, like the stuff you would do, having fun. Maybe a bit of like that you're not supposed to go out in the woods, but it's not like really harsh, like don't go out in the woods. But just like a sense of like, keep it more focused on this, but there is like a pondering about like, maybe we should go out there sometime. And then one of the kids chimes in, is like, I think that's not a good idea. Like one of the kids is just, for like a split second, is like eerily like, don't do it. Which makes the listener like, why was that kid like so kind of, the way he jumped into that and saying like, don't do it, and then goes back into being normal. Like it's like having a normal conversation. You like, they're talking about what they're doing, whatever, and then one of the kids is like, I wonder what's out there, and then the kid, not even in the conversation over here, snaps. It's like, you shouldn't do that. Isn't it so funny? Like it's just like kind of like uncanny valley a little bit. Then it's night. They're going to the party. All the kids are talking. They're drinking. One of the kids brings the booze in. They got the booze there. They're drinking. They're having fun. They're listening to music. The dorm officer or something is like down the hallway, and they're like trying to be quiet about it, but it's like a little get together. And then the guy the girl's crushing on invites his friend and her friend, her roommate, to go to the roof to check it out. So they go to the roof. They're on the roof overlooking. You can see that at the edge of the tree line, you can see that it's water with like a big boathouse there. And they're just talking, having fun. Camera pans down slowly through all the different floors to the basement, down this big elevator to the sub basement. It's a lab. It's like a lab. In the center of the lab, there's like this it looks like this big root system, like this big tree in there. Like the roots are down there. It's like this big overgrowth, like it looks like a plant. And it's got a bunch of technology in it, like wiring and everything wrapped around the plant. A bunch of scientists are talking about it. Scientist walks into the room, and the camera pans around, and it's a teenage girl, and it's grown completely out of her head. She's like turned into this plant, this big tree that's like overgrown her whole body, and she's just like staring out in pain. And when you can see that she'll start trying to think, and it sends electric signals, and the wiring in the tree starts moving. And the scientist said her name's Nova, and they're doing a test on her. The test goes wrong. They're like introducing a stimuli to see how it would affect and change this growth, that she's become this giant tree thing. Then Nova, like supernova, explodes. The tree comes alive, and it shoots up roots. No, actually, what happened is it gets hacked. So they were doing this they were doing the experiment, and then something happens with the computers that sets Nova off and lets her free for a second, and then she explodes. And all you see before it pans up is that it shoots the roots into the scientist's head, and then it starts growing around him, and his body starts twitching. Alarms go off, sirens go off, the whole place lights up. The kids see that there are these green lasers in the woods. The sirens are going off. All of a sudden you see a shimmer, and the whole thing is in a dome. The kids run in. They get together. They don't know what's happening. They hear gunshots. They hear screaming. When they get back into the group with the kids, everybody's frozen in place, except for like probably like maybe in the room, in the party itself, there's out of like the 20 or 30 kids, there's only 10 of them that are moving and walking around and talking. And everyone else is just standing there like this. So then the leader of the group gets everybody together, and they're like trying to get the kids to wake up, but they're just standing there. So eventually they have to go through they have to go down the steps, down the 3 or 4 floors in the big institution to get out of the building, and everybody's just standing there in place. You hear like people talking in other rooms, and they're panicking, whatever, but there's only like 10% of the amount of people that were there are talking and moving around. Everyone else is just standing there. And the sirens are still going off, but it's lower sirens. The gunshots have stopped. They run out and they go into the woods because they want to get to the boat dock, because they see that they're in this giant electric field dome, and they're just trying to figure out how to get out. And they get to the edge and they find that they can't get out, and they don't know what to do. And then you hear like a of everything coming back to life. The lights come back on in the institution. The street light, the lamps on the walkways chime back on, and they go to the edge of the tree line, and the whole start of the episode restarts. So you can see the way that the girl main character walks through the pathway, and the people showed up to hand her the pamphlets about what sorority she should pick, or whatever the high school equivalent is, what clubs she can join, what all this. And it's just one of the people is talking to nothing, and all the kids are still playing the volleyball, and everything that you saw from the intro repeats, but you're seeing it now from their perspective in the middle of the night from the tree line. So they walk through, and you see the people hand her the pamphlets, all this. You see the bullies push the kid into the wall. You see the person teaching in the class. The whole thing is over again. The people were robots. They weren't real. They were complete robots. and the kids, there was just only 10% of the people were real. Then you hear slowly, in like just at the end of the episode, where they don't know what's going on, what's happening, they're like hiding in one of the rooms on the top floor. They don't know like what to do. They're like, they go into the hallway, and one of the kids, Shay, his name's Shay, one of the kids that's talking, all of a sudden he stops and he's frozen in place, and the kids turn around and look at him, and like, he'll be like, I wonder why he just cut off and stopped talking. And the camera shows him, and it shows that one of those tree's roots came through the hallway, came into the room, snuck up behind him, and latched onto the side of his face, and was now growing into him. It's just the scene of him like terrified and scared, and he can't move, as the tree is just completely infesting and growing into the side of his face and like burrowing into his skin. And then they have to get away from Shay, because Shay starts to try to attack him, like feral, like trying to get him and trying to get the roots near him, like a parasite, trying to get the roots as close to them as he can so it can grow out to them. And they have to like run and dodge it, and you can see as they're running through the hallway, the roots are now like jumping into the robot kids and like getting into the side of their face and like their body and like their legs and shit, and growing, and then they're becoming autonomous. So they're starting to actually move to the will of that tree, to Nova, in the basement, growing too powerful. And then in that, there's another jolt and surge from the people that were hacking the that controlled experiment, and the dome opens up just a little bit for my character, and there's another character named Ruby, and there's a couple other characters, and it's like, instead of fantasy, it's tech. So they come in like kind of like an exo, like a wing. I come in like a wingsuit, like special agent vibes, with like the night vision monocle, and then we have like in the back we have like the computer workstation. So we get the kids into one of the top rooms, and now the whole thing is being consumed by the plant monster, and they're evolving with the plant. And the episode ends with like Casey and Ruby, the secret agents that get in, and the kids that are now hiding in this room. And it's like the night, it's like, instead of black like in Wildfire, where night is black, night is blue, that bluish hue of night in this one. So then episode 2 starts with like Casey and Ruby talking about like what they're gonna do, how they need to move through this, what the mission is, talking about the mission, all this stuff, and the kids are freaking out. And Casey and Ruby are talking on the headset to somebody outside of the dome, and about the kids. And the mission is basically all the kids together, get them to the dock with the boat, and they're going to get the boat to the edge of the dome, where they're going to try one more time to hack it, just to open the dome to get as many kids out as they can. And then they're going to try to burn everything down. They're going to light a fire at the tree line before they go. So they're going to get the kids on the boat. Once the kids are on the boat and out onto the water in the section dome, once they're fully out on the water, they're going to light the whole place up and burn it all down. And the thing with Nova is that once the robots and the tree enmesh, the only way that it can get you is with consent. So Casey tells them that if you ever get cornered by them, they're going to ask you questions. And you have to sit down and just say no, say no, say no, say no, 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 and only say no, while the robots are around you trying to get to accept the terms and conditions, basically. Once you accept the terms and conditions, that allows them to, and then they're in you. So you'll see kids accidentally say something other than no, where they're like, I don't want to, and then bam, they get them. You have to just say no. If you say anything else, with the system that they're a part of, it will work around it. You have to just say no, 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 no. And then, so there will be scenes in the movie where like you pass a room, because they get, see episode 2 or 3, they get to the basement. so that they can use the loudspeaker system so Casey can tell that to the kids. It's just, no matter what happens, they have a system in place where if you say anything but no, they get you. When you see them and they lock eyes with you and they're engaged, sit down, look at the ground, don't look at them in the eyes, and just say no to everything every noise that happens, everything they make. Say no. And only say no. If you say anything else, you're dead. So then you see them walking through the halls of the institution, and you'll hear kids like in the fetal position saying no, 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 and they're like these robots that are acting like normal people. They're like they seem sentient, they seem like normal people, and they're saying like, did you have a good day today? Why are you on the ground? Are you okay? All this, but you can see clearly that there's all this disgusting overgrowth around them, and some of them are like starting to attach to each other, but they're acting like normal people, and that there's something wrong with the kids. They're like trying to gaslight the kids and treating them like, like how sometimes bad staff members treat you in institutions, or like teachers sometimes treat like special ed kids. Like trying to make it seem like there's something wrong with them and it's their fault, and that they're like coddling them and shit. They're like talking down to them a little bit. Like, come on, what are you doing? Just get out. What are you? And the kid's like, no, 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 no. So then Casey has to enter the room slowly, maneuver past the growth, show the kid without saying anything, with like the note on the, like he'll have like a little thing that has the code phrase, which will be like something that the robots don't know. So that when Casey shows like the little pad that he stretches out, which is like a holograph thing, or like that LED thing that shows the right sign that the robots wouldn't know but the kids would know. Maybe it's not Skibbity Toilet, but it'll be like something like that. Like maybe like one of the rules in the school says like you absolutely can't say this word, or something like this word is forbidden, something like, or like you can't go out in the woods. So the sign will say, I want to go out in the woods, so that the kid knows to take Casey's hand, and Casey leads them out of the room away from them and then shuts the door politely. And then the robots are now locked in, and because they're trying to pretend to be people, they're not very feral about it. They're only feral when you give the consent, and then they lurch out of the programming with the tree. So the thing is about the trees overgrowing, and then we're extracting the kids. So there's like the tree going up, and then the things leaving. So the undergrowth of the people leaving and going out to get them on the boat and get them to the water, so that you can get the kids out before they light the place. And then at the very end, it's like when the morning, because it all takes place in one night. When the morning comes, and they don't get out that way, they get out through like the top of the dome, and then they lower like a rope or something, like a winch, to get them out. And then the tree has completely consumed the woods now, and the woods are starting to move. And the tree is like, Nova's face is like emerging as a giant face, screaming and crying because she was abused her whole life down in that laboratory. And the whole thing was structured around like teaching that entity, or that growth, that consciousness, teaching that intelligence about humanity through those social interactions with the kids. You know what I'm saying? It was the experiment was getting the kids to that school so that they could teach that intelligence about humanity in a healthy way. So it was like artificial intelligence learning, and she was able to see through the eyes of the robots, but it was also embedded with the natural mutation that she had that made her into this supernatural intelligence. So at the end of it, the crying Nova is like, her face like emerges in the, like you can see that the way that the roots form and everything, when they're being taken out, there's only like a handful of them left that didn't get taken, leaving before they dropped the fire in there. You see like all the growth were actually growing in Nova's face, and she was crying, screaming in pain. And then as the helicopter leaves, you see that there's hundreds and hundreds of those domes on this big island. And they had like hundreds of schools. And you find out that like those kids were born into families in that billionaire club, that trillionaire club that was working on this together. So those kids were adopted or stolen or everything and led to believe that they were the children of these rich families that brought them to this boarding school, but really they were just cattle to do that, and they just get rid of the kids afterwards. And I have music written for both of them. And I have beats. I wish I could play you the beats, man. They're really good. For Tower Prep and Wildfire. But think about it, it's like the morning and the dome is completely caught on fire and you hear Nova screaming in the dome as she's burning alive. The whole entity is going down. The whole growth is being burned alive. Like they have like the specific thing, the chemical for it that starts to eat away at the bacteria, but they couldn't do it until the last minute because you have to do it very methodically and very specific to not trigger the specific thing. And then you find out that Casey and Ruby and those people do that. That's what they do. They get in and they get out. So as the helicopter's leaving, you see that it's not just one, there's dozens and like maybe 100 different domes full of kids. And that they can only go in when the thing gets out of control. So they have to wait and train the soldiers and everything until the moment if the hacking works and they can trigger the growth. Or maybe I'll have it that there was an army of people that all did it, and some of them didn't make it out in the tree one, and some did, so that in the morning when they got everybody out, there's a dozen helicopters leaving and a dozen things that are burning, and there are some that are still going, where you can see like the kids playing still in the carbon copy, exactly the same controlled experiments. And I got that idea because I had a dream. I had a dream that I was driving and I crashed. In 2023, I had a dream that I was driving and then I crashed in the mountains somewhere. And a black bear was trying to kill my family. And I had to kill the black bear. And then after I killed the black bear, I started flying and I floated out. And I saw that there were an infinite amount of dreams. An infinite amount of, like, I thought that it was realer than real, where I thought that I was really there and I crashed and I had to fight this bear off to save my family. And then when I got lifted out of the dream, I saw that the bear had won in some instances. In some instances, the family wasn't there. In some instances, I didn't crash, but there was an infinite number of me's going through that. And now we know about Epstein's Island and the experiments with AI and Satanism and shit, the dead tree of Baal. And how they try to put it in children. I'm like, that's crazy. I wrote that 3 years ago. But Tower Prep is more serious and more gross than Wildfire. So that's what I want to work on as soon as I get. And I have a couple others I'm working on. Like I want to make my own ending to Stranger Things. My own like breakaway season, and then maybe pitch it to Netflix. Where I am a homeless person in Hawkins and they treat me the same way that they treat me here, like how they treated homeless people in the 80s, where there's no body cams and communal prejudice based on perception. So that the Hawkins characters, they're there very briefly, but you see them just as that even though they're these great people, they still judge the homeless guy. And I wandered into that town. And I'd been going my whole life. And then at the end of it, I'm in the abyss. I go back through the remnants of the wormhole up to the abyss. And I'm in the mountains. And I've got Eddie with me. And Eddie's dying. And I've got Vecna's head. And we're climbing up this cold mountain. to get to the Mind Flayer. And it ends with like the Stranger Things cast saving Eddie, who had sacrificed himself as like an actual hero from surviving for a long time out there. And then Vecna gets to apologize to Joyce when it seeps off of his head in his last instance of being alive, where you can see kind of his face is back a little bit, and he apologizes to Joyce before he dies. And then basically it's like I had this special gift like 11 did naturally. Instead of the 11, it's the 33. And the reason the Stranger Things cast failed is because they had the teamwork and camaraderie and everything as a unit. And I'm able to do this because I had nobody and I lost everyone that I loved. And the grief and the love and the memories that can't go anywhere is able to turn into this phoenix. So then the phoenix versus the Mind Flayer ends in like this yin-yang thing. We're just forever attacking each other instead of attacking the rest of the world in the universe. That's me, man. I don't know what I'm going to do with my life. I kind of fucked up, but I keep going. I'm going to do my laundry. I thought this place would have a shower, but it doesn't have a shower, so I'm really in bad water there because I smell pretty bad, and I'm going to smell pretty bad with the gym, going to the gym. But I'm going to go to the laundromat, and I'm going to clean. Or maybe I give it a rest and I sleep in the parking lot or something down here so that tomorrow I can call around and pay the ticket so that it's the suspension is lifted, so I don't risk it. I'm really disappointed in that church for calling the police on me after everything we talked about. But I'm here. Everything feels weird and different. It feels like a new story. Like the new season of my show is starting. And it's hot as hell. My phone should be charged now. Yeah, it's at 100. So I guess I'll see what the gym is like, and I'll have a scale so I can get my weight, so then I can get my macros, and then I can make a plan about what to get with Walmart delivery to get me enough protein. And then I'm gonna find a program for 3 months, and then I'm gonna go to the laundromat and throw out all my trash and organize my clothes and do my laundry. But for right now I have to piss, so I'm gonna go. It's been more than 38 minutes. It's been a couple hours. Pinkford's back. Hi, Casey. I'm just leaving. I just told if you want to go back, I just shared my whole animated TV shows or movies that I'm making, or that I'm going to make pretty soon, and the story behind it. And now I have to go fix my life and work on my life. So thank you guys for watching.